Yo, yo, yo. Sup? Sup?
Shut up, bitch! Damn.
Sup? Man, for some reason I can't connect to the data center. I hope I'm not banned. Okay. I don't know. I got a 502 error. What does that mean?
Where's his?
Oh, there we go. Now we're good.
We reported you for telling us to fuck off.
Oh, fuck off, man. Yo, Gilly, thanks for the resub. 11 months. Heaven Blade with the 67 months. Dante with the 67 months, man. Lala with the 15. Boo! Boo! Get off the stage! Boo! Get him, Druid. Man, Druid's not even here. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Yo, Impasse, thank you for the resub. 79 months. Yeah, I need to do all this. Ugh. Okay. So I do an expert today, an expert tomorrow, and I... Okay. All right, good shit.
Kuma Drama hasn't shown up in decades. It's okay. It's okay. It's not like your title just says that. It's alright. Maybe he'll be around one day.
Okay, Kuma-chama can come today. Very weird, man. Put the ears on, man. Jesus. Now we got a lot of rating today, guys. What streamer eat? Chili Mac. Chili Mac with some healthy green beans. No, that's Factor. It's really good. For breakfast? Well, I'm one of those people that doesn't actually believe in breakfast. Like I'll eat pizza at like, 8 a.m. Yeah. Yeah. Like I'll have like fucking ice cream for lunch, dude. Yeah. I saw the fruit screenshot. Yeah. Yeah, it looked pretty cool, man. Fate Breaker. That fight was horrible. That fight was so bad, though. I've never stacked and spread and did a protean that many times in my entire fucking life. Xeno, I feel like I tore my anus the other day. Do you have any tips for feeling better? Jesus Christ. Bro, I don't know.
Well,
Chatter? I don't fucking know, dude. Put a Band-Aid on that shit. Just slap a Band-Aid on it.
you must answer.
Yeah. Can we have a redeem where you get hair added through cam overlays? I mean, that's a really good fucking idea, actually. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just not into mech games, man. I mean, I could check it out. I like check it out. I'm really not into any other games right now because of Final Fantasy. Why don't I move my bars closer together? Oh, you know what? Actually, speaking of that, this is kind of fucked. Thanks for pointing this out, man. Yeah, thanks. All right, that's better. Yeah.
A disgusting UI.
So today, guys, we're gonna do a lot of rating, man. A lot of rating. But first, we're gonna ract. I mean, guys, I don't know what you fucking expect, man. It's literally the first week of Savage, man. It's the first week. Okay? Busy week, man. Okay? Commencing to fuck off. Yo, no, I gotta tell you this, man. Ooh. I gotta tell you this, man. I don't know if it's good or bad, but the fucking DPS checks, man, are real in the Party Finder. That M2, yo, healing, yo, we got a lot of simps, bro. Yeah. No. I'm not memeing, man. Yeah, no, M2 specifically. Yeah, specifically. It's kind of fucked. Yeah. Well, that's the problem, is that you're in a static, right? So every player of your static is like what? At minimum average, That's like the shittiest member is probably just an average player, right? You probably have some really good members in the group too, Whereas in Party Finder, the average player is not average. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you still hitting 10%. Dude, no. I'm serious, man. M2 is no joke. The fact that you can heal the boss. You know what? It kind of reminds me of A7. For those of you that don't know what A7 was, it was the Gobwalker. It was All Thoughts. And his enrage was his fight was kind of unique in the sense that you were punished for fucking up mechanics, but in a non-traditional way. So instead of getting like a damage down or a vuln stack, the boss got a damage up. So at first, it's not like too crazy. But you fuck up like 2-3 times, All Thoughts is one-shotting people. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's fucking crazy. With like his AoEs, he would just fucking murder you, man. Anyway, so I find it interesting that M2 heals the boss when you fuck up. And does it also make her do more damage too? Okay, so she also does more damage. Okay. Damn. Damn. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to tell you guys, man, the DPS checks are real. They're real. Did you guys see that M3's DPS check is actually lower than M4? Arthur's... I don't think this Savage is too easy. No, I don't think so. I mean, is it easier than normal? Yes, but is it too easy? I don't think it's too easy. Yeah, but the damage check in M3 is actually harder than M4, which is obviously a mistake. No, I think so too. No, I think the next tier is going to be an absolute shit show. I do too. I think the next tier is going to take a massive fucking dump all over the community. It would not surprise me. It would not surprise me. If you guys notice, they kind of always fuck up the second tier, right? Like, look at Shiva. It was super fucking hard, right? You know? And then look at Abyssos. It was super fucking hard. You know what I'm saying, man? They kind of fuck up the second tier quite a bit. Yeah. I don't know, man. If you think that the tier's too easy, I would do it in PF. I don't think the tier's too easy. I think it is easier than previous raid tiers, but I don't think it's... I mean, it was definitely the easiest raid tier to, I guess, prog, like day one or week one or whatever. But as far as the party finder goes, I don't think it's the easiest. I mean, it's definitely easier. What's an easier raid tier, I guess, is the question then. Was Kefka easier? Maybe. Was Deltascape easier? Maybe Deltascape. Nah, I think Deltascape was easier. Also, P1 through 4 was pretty easy. Yeah. The tier with the birds? No. Shiva? No, Shiva is shit on kids, man. Yo, Virgil, thank you for the resub. The year, brother. Cold ones with the 14 months. Thank you guys for the resubs. Yeah, 01 died in... It took my group 2 polls. Yeah, I think World first killed it in 1. Yeah. Get his ass, Druid. Dude, Druid isn't even here. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I saw the first screenshot. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not on Dynamis right now, but when I was on it last night, no, Dynamis is dead as fuck. It's dead as fuck. Yeah. Yo, Rob, thank you for the resub.
A tree, please. Tree, please.
Thank you for the resub, Rob. How do you type in a cross-world link shell? Whatever. I like RP and all this character, man. Okay, I want to racked, guys. I want to racked, and then I got to run some roulettes and stuff. So what do you guys feel like watching here? You got a choice. You got a choice of 2. Is FFPVE different than WoW? It is insanely different than WoW. I would say the only common interest is the Trinity system. All right, so you got a choice of 2 today, guys. All right. All right. Okay. You have a collection of horrible fates, or when a man-made cave collapses with people inside. Ooh. Horrible Fates. Do you guys want to watch Horrible Fates because the other one's too fucking scary? What is this? The tragedy of the world's tallest water slide? Oh my lord. Okay. All right, Horrible Fates, let's go.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Interesting and to another collection of Horrible Fates. In this video, we're going to go over two stories that, as the stories progress, you're going to get a creeping sense of dread about what's going on. Unfortunately,
Just refresh
whether or
the
not you
stream.
guess correctly, as you'll see, the events are horrifying nonetheless. And as always, viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah, this channel's awesome, man.
For everyone we come across in our lives, there's the person we know and the person who exists when no one is looking. And we've likely all heard stories, both true and fictional, that serve to teach us that appearances can be deceiving. But sometimes what happens behind closed doors is too terrible to remain there.
Yo, that's so true, man. A buddy of mine, well, not anymore, but he was my friend for a decade. He was my best friend for a decade. You know how, like, sometimes you meet somebody in life and you just, like, connect with that person. Like, not on a sexual level, but, like, just like, you know, you, like, bond with a person, right? Like, just a really good friend. You know, like you guys, you think the same way, you know, you're into all the same stuff, you know, that kind of stuff. Okay. This guy, man, knew him for 10 years. 10 years. He ended up fucking me over, okay? And it was the most pettiest shit ever, okay? Like, me and him, he was the singer of my band. He was my best friend. Like, I was closer to him than I was, like, my family. And, you know, like, when he was going through some rough times, you know, I'd help him out. When I was going through rough times, he'd help me out, you know? 10 years, man. Over 10 years. It was like 10 years and some change or some shit. I don't really fucking know. I met him when I was like 16, and our friendship ended when I was like 26 or something. Anyway, he fucked me over for the most petty fucking bullshit reason, man. It was because of a fucking woman, a girl. Can you believe that shit? Threw away 10-year friendship for okay, look, I'm just going to be blunt. Threw away 10 years of friendship for some fucking pussy, man. Like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Are you kidding me? Anyway, what the video just said is very true.
If you didn't know any better, you might assume Pentti and Hilkka Saarinen were an idyllic Finnish family. The couple owned a historic home that Hilkka inherited from her grandparents.
Did he
and they
get the
had
girl?
5 beautiful,
No, she didn't want to have
healthy
anything to
children
do with
together.
him.
To anyone who didn't live in the area, the Saarinens seemed to have it all, but the truth was actually so brutal that longtime residents couldn't avoid the stories that leaked out of the old wooden house. After all, the absence of 5 children is difficult to ignore.
What the fuck?
Things were so bad that each of Pentti and Hilkka's children had been adopted by the state, removed from the house, and placed into foster care as a result. The reason for this was Pentti. He had a reputation for 2 things, alcohol and violence, and the 2 often mixed with explosive results. If he wasn't swinging at one of the kids, he was making Hilkka's life a living hell.
Yeah, it's
Like,
fucked.
for example, one night, for reasons unknown, he apparently shoved her head in a bucket filled with what we'll just call human waste. On another occasion, while having
What the fuck?
dinner one night, the quiet at the table was interrupted by the sound of a clanging fork after Pentti threw it at Hilkka from across the table. His reasoning for this was that, in his assessment, she was eating like a pig. Pentti quickly found out that it was difficult to keep incidents like this inside the family, but he didn't seem to care who knew about his fits of rage and physical violence. Many years later, on Christmas Day in 1960, Pentti and Hilkka's eldest son arrived at the house for a holiday visit a day earlier than expected, and he brought a schoolmate with him. Unfortunately, there's no name listed for the son, so he'll be referred to as Enslow.
Yo, that's always awkward, man. Like, have you ever, like, went over to, like, all right. So, like, have you ever went over to your friend's house as a kid and their parents fight? Oh, dude, it's the fucking worst, man. It's like, bruh, we have company. Dude, that is so awkward, man. It's like, you know, you go to school, you know, you're a kid, you go to school and you're like, hey, man, you know, you want to come over and play video games? Yeah, let's go. You know, so then your friend comes over, man, and your parents are just like literally fucking yelling at each other and shit, dude. Oh my, it's the fucking worst.
Enslow found that the front door was unlocked, so he turned the knob and pushed the door open before the two entered the home and stood in the front hallway. Upon hearing the door creak open, Penty suddenly appeared at the far end of the hallway with a nervous look on his face. Since the couple wasn't expecting visitors on Christmas Day, Enslow first thought he had just startled his father, but Penty was clearly in the middle of something he didn't want the boys to see. As he shut and locked the kitchen door behind him, Penty complained about their early arrival. Enslow ignored the remark and asked where his mother was. And Penty, who was standing in front of the kitchen door as if to block the boys from entering it, told Enslow that she had left while he was sleeping the night before and he hadn't seen her all day. Now, although he didn't grow up under their care, Enslow knew it wasn't like Hilka to just up and leave without telling anyone where she was going. But, sensing his father's impatience, Enslow accepted the answer and took his schoolmate to the guest room. As bedtime approached, Enslow needed to grab some extra bed sheets from his parents' room, which was located off the kitchen. When he walked into the kitchen, however, he flipped on the light switch, but nothing happened. He then called out to his father to ask what was wrong with the light, and Penty replied that the lamp was broken. This was another odd response because when Enslow arrived, he could see the kitchen light was on through the crack between the bottom of the door and the floorboards. But either way, using the light from the hallway to at least see where they were going in the kitchen, it was obvious to Enslow that something was very off about the room. In the middle of it was a large wood-burning oven connected to a stone chimney.
Oh, God.
It hadn't been operational for almost 8 years, and over that time, it had been a catch-all for stacks of mail, newspapers, and other miscellaneous items. Everything that had once been piled on top of it, though, was now scattered all over the floor, and the stonework just looked different than Enslow remembered it. He then asked Penty what happened, and keeping with the theme, Penty made a strange claim that he'd been cleaning the kitchen in the dark when Enslow arrived, and he must have knocked everything off the oven. There was no way that could have been true for several reasons. Again, Enslow saw the kitchen light on when he arrived, so Penty definitely wasn't cleaning in the dark. But beyond that, Enslow knew Penty wasn't cleaning at all because never once did he lift a finger to clean anything in his life. He viewed that kind of housework as Hilka's job. And even more, as they spoke, Enslow noticed that there was a pretty sizable scrape wound on Penty's hand. But considering all the strange answers he had received to his questions so far, Enslow didn't mention it. Throughout the visit as well, Penty kept a sharp eye on the two boys, both in everything they did and everywhere they went. To Enslow, his father seemed extremely paranoid.
Dude, I thought that when they were talking about that fucking chimney, dude, I thought there was going to be a body in there.
Ever since he arrived, and his demeanor creeped the schoolmate out so much that he actually decided to leave the house early. And for the rest of Enslow's stay, Hilka never did show up to the house, and Penty seemed completely unfazed by this. Any other questions about her whereabouts from Enslow were met with indifference by his father, and after long enough, Enslow realized that he had to drop it to avoid one of Penty's famous violent outbursts. Over the next few years, Enslow would come by his parents' house to visit, and each time he did, his mother was nowhere to be found.
Dude.
Penty stuck by his claim that she simply disappeared in the early morning hours of Christmas Day 1960 and never came back. Considering how awful Penty was, it was a completely plausible story, but it just didn't seem right to Enslow. So during his visits, Enslow would check the house and inspect the grounds, hoping to find some clue that would back up his suspicions that Penty was behind Hilka's disappearance. He checked the floorboards, the roof, the attic, and even the foundation, but found nothing out of the ordinary until one day he checked the walls near the oven chimney. Closer to the area where the wall meets the ceiling, he could feel grit like small stones and pebbles through the wallpaper, which was odd. Then, as he walked the property that day, Enslow realized that a mound of sand that once sat near the cow barn was gone. And much like the oven, the sand pile hadn't been touched in years, and now suddenly it had disappeared without explanation. Enslow couldn't shake the feeling that the missing sand pile and the gritty texture on the wall near the chimney were connected somehow, but he'd have to be careful. If Penty caught wind of Enslow's suspicions, he knew his father was capable of anything when he went into a rage. After Enslow returned to school from one visit, he pulled out a piece of paper and began writing a letter. In it, he briefly described what he had seen and experienced in several visits to his parents' home, and when it was finished, he sealed it in an envelope and addressed it to the local police station. At the very end of this letter, he suggested that police come to the house and dismantle the oven as part of an investigation into Hilka's disappearance. But much to Enslow's disappointment
Dude, they're gonna
and
find
surprise,
a body.
the police did absolutely nothing about his letter.
Yo.
In May of
Dude, that's the most believable shit. The police get a letter. Hey, there's probably a body in here. Nah, whatever, dude. Whatever, you know?
1967, which was by then a year after writing to police with no response, Enslow sat down to write another letter. This time, he went into great detail about everything and mailed it to a popular Finnish magazine, which published the letter as an article entitled, "I suspect my father is a murderer."
Go fucking figure. What do you do when you suspect someone's a murderer? Go to the police? No way, bro. Go to the fucking newspaper. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
In it, Enslow shared his belief that Hilke was dead and that Penty was responsible for it, but he had to be careful to change names, dates, and other details that might expose him as the letter writer. He even wrote it under an assumed name and was satisfied when he sent it off that he had covered up just enough detail that the article couldn't be tied back to him. Shortly after the article was published, however, Enslow visited again, and the first thing Penty said to him was, "Let's just both mind our business." Penty provided no further context than that, but he didn't need to. He clearly knew that Enslow had written a magazine article, and now Enslow felt like his life was in danger. But incredibly, the letter to the magazine, just like the letter to police, produced no further attention on Hilke's disappearance, and it seemed like there would be nothing further until one day in 1972. This is when police came under an order to review and solve...
Would that take like 12 years? Who should I go to if I suspect my streamer is bald? Probably the barber shop, so you can be bald too, because he's probably got a nice fucking head.
Cold cases, and Hilke's disappearance was one of them. In her file was the letter that Enslow had written to police years earlier, and that's when he was finally contacted by authorities. On November 27th that year, Penty received an unexpected knock at the door, and when he went to answer it, he was stunned to see a group of policemen waiting outside. He was presented with a document that authorized authorities to check the house, particularly the oven, and with that, Penty was put in the back of a police car and taken to the police station while the search of his property took place. Before checking anything else, police went to examine the oven, and when one of them opened the oven's front door, sand poured out of it and piled on the hearth beneath it. Stone by stone, the oven was dismantled, and about 3 feet or 1 meter into the oven chamber, police found a mummified head belonging to a woman.
Yup.
Then, after the careful removal of more of the sand, they also uncovered a human foot. Once photos of the scene were taken, the coroner removed the body, and Enslow came to the medical examiner's office the next day to positively identify it as his mother. Penty was then immediately arrested and charged with Hilke's murder. At trial, Penty maintained his innocence and even claimed that vagrants had broken into the house before Christmas in 1960 and proposed that they were responsible for her death.
What?
But no one was buying it. His long history of mistreatment toward Hilke was...
This dude just said that vagrants broke in, they murdered her, stuck her in the oven, and she was just in there and he had no idea. Dude, what the fuck? This is like levels of stupidity that are rivaled by very few.
was too widely known for him to pull the wool over anyone's eyes and manipulate the situation further. But unfortunately, although the prosecution had a strong circumstantial case, in terms of actually proving Penty killed Hilke in a court of law, things weren't so clear-cut.
Yeah.
Yes, Penty was terrible and violent, and yes, Hilke was found inside the oven in the house they shared, but the judge acknowledged that there was no undeniable proof that Penty killed Hilke and stuffed her in the oven. So, when the verdict came in, it sent shockwaves through the whole country.
Not guilty.
Penty was found to be responsible for her death, but the court stopped short of declaring him a murderer.
Okay.
Instead, he received an 8-year sentence for manslaughter and ruled Hilke's death accidental. Penty would then serve just 1 year of that sentence because the Supreme Court of Finland overturned his conviction.
Wow.
This was because the statute of limitations on accidental death was up before Penty was arrested and charged, so he apparently never should have been tried and convicted in the first place in the...
That is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how'd she get in the fucking oven? How the fuck was it accidental? Was she like baking cookies and then it just fucking flew in there, you know?
Is the law. After this ruling, he was released and immediately returned to the home to live out the rest of his days alone.
Jesus.
To the community afterward, he became known as Freemason, which was a reference to his alleged work to dismantle and reassemble the oven with Hilke inside. Penty passed away in 1986 and the house was destroyed in 2015. And with the overturned conviction, the case of what happened to Hilke is still officially unsolved.
Man, that's like... Dude, sometimes the law is just so fucking dumb. Like, he obviously killed her, right?
January 4th, 2005, a sheriff's deputy in Sarpy County, Nebraska.
Unfortunately, so for the law and the court systems, it's not about the truth. It's not. It's about what you can prove. It doesn't matter if something is true. You have to be able to prove it. The only thing that matters is being able to prove it. The truth actually doesn't matter.
Alaska, parked his
Not in the
patrol car
portable.
near the entrance to an old gravel pit, put his hat on, and stepped outside. He shivered as he was immediately hit by sub-zero wind chill and heavy snow. Then, pulling out his flashlight, he flicked it on, but with how hard the snow was falling and blowing, he could barely see his hands in front of him. Located to the immediate south of Omaha, which is the state's most populous city, Sarpy County and the surrounding area were getting hit by the first big storm of the new year. And unluckily for the officer, he was on a bit of a wild goose chase and he had no idea who he was looking for or if he was even in the right place. But based on the information provided to him by 911 operators, the old Lyman Ritchie gravel pit sounded like it fit the description. As he continued ahead, he almost walked right into a closed gate before he saw it. Looking around the area, the deputy was searching for anything that might indicate he was in the right spot. However, just as he was about to give up, he noticed footprints in the snow that he was sure didn't belong to him. The heavy snowfall had started to fill them in, but they still looked relatively fresh. So for a quarter mile afterward, the deputy followed the tracks until they suddenly stopped at a frozen pond. He shined his light around the area, but again, the snow just wouldn't allow him to see more than a few feet ahead of him. And then, just as he was about to explore the area more closely, a message came over the radio from dispatch alerting those on duty to a new location that needed to be checked out. So with one last look, the deputy turned around and headed back to his car. Just 2 days earlier, a man named Michael was behind the wheel of his girlfriend's 2000 Ford Ranger pickup truck when he swerved in front of another truck going the same direction. The accident caused significant damage to the bed of the driver's side as the other truck slammed into the Ranger and sent it into a large signpost. Needless to say, Michael was not looking forward to the phone call he'd have to make to his girlfriend Janelle. The couple had been close friends since the 7th grade, but they didn't start dating until they each turned 19. By then, they were both 20 years old and sharing an apartment together, and they were closer than ever. She was a beautiful young woman, and she was smart and accomplished and athletic. In high school, she excelled on the cheerleading squad, participated in drama club, and sang in the choir. By 2005, she was in her junior year of university, where she was a member of a sorority as well as a business fraternity. Overall,
Dude, I was goth in high school. I was goth, dude. Yeah. I was what they called alternative. Goth. And I wasn't bald in high school. No, I had fucking tons of hair, dude. Look at all this fucking hair I had. Look at it. Look at it. Dude, look at all that fucking hair, bro.
Do not show it.
Jesus. Great value corn bandmate. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me turn this off. Let me turn this timer off. Sorry. Let me turn off progression. Okay.
the future for Janelle just looked really bright. In contrast, Michael hadn't quite figured out his purpose yet. Until that time came, he was happy to work his landscaping job and tinker with old cars. But either way, thankfully, in the end, Janelle took the news of her wrecked truck surprisingly well, and she was just happy that Michael was okay. Their troubles on the road were far from over, though. The next night, they were driving together when they were pulled over by the police for a traffic stop. The couple also happened to be lost, so after getting the ticket, Michael asked the officer for assistance. He then kindly gave them directions at the end of the traffic stop and sent them on their way. As it approached 12:30 a.m. on January 4th, Sarpy County 911 operatives were well into a busy night shift. This was thanks to the storm that was expected to dump 14 inches of snow in the area overnight.
Shit.
Temperatures were also well below 0 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 18 degrees Celsius when factoring wind chill, and to no one's surprise, there was always an uptick in calls when conditions were that dangerous.
Man, I used to work. I used to work in those conditions when I worked at like FedEx. Yeah, I would like work on an airport. So like the wind chill was fucking awful. So bad. You had the full-on Wayne Static style giant hair spikes and tiny beard. Oh, dude, that sounds awesome.
By then, the number of calls had been steady but manageable, but that was all about to change.
I spiked my hair too.
At 12:28 a.m., the phone rang at the dispatch center and an operator picked up and asked where the emergency was located. The young woman's voice
Oh, shut the fuck up. My bingo card. Ooh, I've already got racked and paused and all this. My bingo. Shut the fuck up.
on the other end center, and an operator picked up and asked where the emergency was located. The young woman's voice on the other end sounded anxious and frightened as she said hello and told the operator that she wanted to report that she felt very threatened. It was an odd statement with no context offered at all until the young woman said she was at the Mandalay apartment complex in Omaha. The woman on the phone was Janelle, and the complex was where she and Michael shared an apartment. Strangely, she didn't tell the operator what she felt threatened by, but Janelle was adamant about where she was. The operator could see on her screen that the caller was on a cell phone, but the cell tower the call was transmitted through was nowhere near the couple's apartment. The operator then asked Janelle to hold on as she transferred the call to Omaha Dispatch, figuring that it would be better handled in that area and that it would soon be over. Things that night, however, were only just getting started. At 1 o'clock, the phone at the Sarpy County Dispatch rang again, and this time it was Michael. He told the operator that his girlfriend had called earlier and that they needed help at the old sandpit located at the corner of 75th and Poppleton in Omaha. According to Michael, Janelle's truck was stolen and the couple went out to look for it on foot, but now they were lost. Now, without any knowledge of Omaha, this might sound like a reasonable emergency call, but there were a few things wrong with what Michael told her, not the least of which was that there was no old sandpit located at 75th and Poppleton. Once again, the location of the cell tower the call was coming from was nowhere near where Michael was saying they were. Not only that, but if the couple was within Omaha city limits, their call should have gone to Omaha Dispatch. This ability to see where a cell phone is coming from was integrated into 911 emergency services in 1996 by order of the FCC. Prior to this, the vast majority of emergency calls came from landlines, which have addresses attached to them, so even if someone wasn't able to give their exact location over the phone, operators would still know where the emergency was. The rise in popularity of cell phones in the late 1990s, however, took that functionality out of the equation. Even though most cell phone numbers are associated with a specific address, this wasn't terribly helpful if a caller wasn't at their address when contacting 911. Today, obviously, almost every cell phone has a GPS built in, which allows for location of a call to be determined with reasonable accuracy. In 2005, however, this technology was just starting to come into use, so often 911 operators would only see a general location associated with the call from cell phone towers, but this information is a little bit vague.
I guess
in an area with multiple towers, a phone will often connect to more than one, and this can make determining the location more accurate. About the best a 911 operator could hope for in 2005 would be a 3-tower call, and the location is determined through what's called cell tower triangulation. Even with this system though, the location of a call can only be determined within the radius of about 3/4 of a mile, which again is more vague than you'd like during a search. Anyways, in those early morning hours of January 4th, 2005, operators had a general picture of where Michael and Janelle's calls were coming from based on cell tower location data. The area was in the outskirts of Omaha, but remote compared to the populated area their apartment was located within. Michael also struggled to find identifying landmarks that might help operators determine a more exact location, and his insistence that they were near their apartment in Omaha unnecessarily widened the search area. And over the course of multiple calls after 12:28, Michael and Janelle insisted they were near their apartment more than 22 times, but there was just no way this was true. Even if operators disregarded the cell phone tower location data, what little Michael could describe about their surroundings did not match up with their claims at all. Michael said that he and Janelle had taken shelter in a structure that looked like a toll booth and that they were at an abandoned lakefront near an old sand or gravel pit. But a location like this description just didn't exist inside Omaha city limits. It was clear to several operators Michael and Janelle spoke to that night that the couple was scared and confused, but even in their frightened state, some of what they were saying was just downright bizarre. During one call, Michael said he could see a shack and the operator told him to go toward it, but Michael said he couldn't because it was surrounded by dogs.
What the
Then
fuck?
he claimed that there were 2 people on top of the shack flashing a light at them. The operator instructed him to walk toward them, but Michael said the people wouldn't talk to them because they didn't speak English. The operator could also tell, based on the sound of the wind, that the couple was outside and no longer in the shelter of the toll booth, so she urged them to return to the truck. Michael then said that they couldn't because the truck had flipped over, which was not something he or Janelle had mentioned to that point. Before this call ended, Michael told her that he saw 100 to 200 people in a field, but they wouldn't help the couple.
What?
By this point in the night, it was minus 10 degrees Fahrenheit,
Bro, they're
and
like
minus 23
delirious.
degrees Celsius with the wind chill, and the snow was still blinding. This made it highly unlikely that so many people would be gathered in such a remote location in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
so
they're
something
going
extremely
crazy.
odd was going on.
Yeah.
Around 2 a.m., Michael placed another call to 911. This time, Janelle could be heard saying that she saw people disassembling cars and placing the parts in trees. She'd later call 911 and report seeing people dressed in cult clothing, as she put it, who were moving vehicles around. Then, the final call operators received came at 4:20 a.m. It was Michael, and he said he had just escaped and asked the police to open the gates. Again, there was no context about what he escaped from or what gates he expected police to open. What little sense the couple made during their many calls to 911 did allow police to make an educated guess about where they might be. Outside of Omaha, there were several sand and gravel pits owned by the Lyman Ritchie Company. When he heard the descriptions dispatchers were communicating to officers from Michael and Janelle, the sheriff's deputy had a hunch that they were at the company's Gretna, Nebraska location just southwest of Omaha. And in fact, when he arrived at the gate he thought they were referring to, he found the couple's footprints. After he reached the pond where the footprints came to an abrupt stop, he received the call from dispatch about heading to another search area. Tragically, he was just steps away from Michael and Janelle. The gate that Michael had asked police to open was likely the same one that the police officer had accidentally walked into. The next day, Michael was found a mile and a half from Janelle's pickup truck, just off-road near the Platte River. It's believed he froze to death shortly after the couple made their final call to 911.
Oh, shit.
It would be almost a week before Janelle's body was found, also along the same road next to a gate and near a sand pile, both of which were landmarks Michael had given to operators. At several points that night, Michael and Janelle were just feet from safety. The toll booth structure they temporarily sheltered in was actually a heated gatehouse near one of the pit's entrances. Also, if they had headed southwest from Janelle's truck, they would have been near a heated machine shed at one point, yet the couple continued to trudge through the rapidly accumulating snow with seemingly no particular destination. The question on everybody's mind was, how could something like this happen? The couple may have been lost, scared, and confused, but that didn't seem to explain the unusual things they reported seeing. Undoubtedly, however, their certainty that they were close to their apartment and the odd things they reported seeing caused confusion to spread to 911 operators and police hoping to find them. Later, physical examinations performed on both 20-year-olds revealed very little about their mental condition that night, but when the toxicology report came in, everything started to make sense. According to lab results, Michael and Janelle were under the influence of a strong illicit stimulant that's known to cause hallucinations and can last for over 12 hours. It can even cause people to hear and see things that aren't there, which explains Michael and Janelle's reports of dogs and cult members in a field the night they died. Per the toxicology report, Janelle had more than 3 times more in her system than Michael had, but it was clear to 911 operators that they were both heavily under the influence. Understandably, news of Janelle's substance use shocked family, friends, classmates, and professors. No one saw any signs of any drug use by Janelle, let alone something as strong as what was found in her system. In fact, those close to her believed that the night she died was the first time she used the drug, making it all that much more tragic. In the
They were fucking high for like 12 hours.
aftermath of their deaths, a mother and son were arrested on suspicion of possessing the substance Michael and Janelle used.
Whoa.
Used the drug, making it all that much more tragic. In the aftermath of their deaths, a mother and son were arrested on suspicion of possessing the substance Michael and Janelle used. Apparently, on the night of January 3rd, so just before they were stopped by the police officer for a traffic violation, the couple allegedly took the drug at a house shared by the mother and son. Both received probation for felony possession, but neither was charged in connection with Michael and Janelle's deaths. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the form found in the description, and hopefully
Dude, that
I will
video
see
was
you
awesome.
in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to
Moral of the story, don't fucking do drugs, bro. Especially when you're going driving in the winter fucking blizzard.
Hello everyone, and welcome.
Yeah, this video is really good. Yeah, that's crazy. Ugh. The reason I quit 14. One tank, 7 DPS, 0 healers. You didn't quit 14, Blue. You're never going to quit this game. All right. What time is it? All right, we got roulettes, man. We got to run some roulettes, guys. Maybe we got time for one more racked. Hold on. I raid at like 1. So I raid in 2 hours. Maybe one more. All right. No. I have to do experts on 2 characters. I have to do experts on 2 characters.
One more wrecked before I go.
Okay, one more. All right. Are we okay? When a man-made cave collapses with people inside. I mean, I guess we can like look at some other ones. Buried alive. Yeah. Man, let's just watch this, dude. You guys like videos about caves? Horrifying attempted rescue of this submarine. I'm a fan of stories that involve like underwater and caves. Yeah. Let's watch the cave one, guys.
On August 5th, 2007, dozens of miners entered the massive labyrinth that was the Crandall Canyon mine.
Wait, actually, hold on. Okay. Wait. Let's take a second. Let's grab a drink and use the bathroom. And I gotta grab my seeds. So like 2 minutes. Okay. Oh, what the heck? Okay. All right. Let's watch this one more, and then we gotta play the game. All right. All right.
Unbeknownst to these miners, something terrible was waiting deep underground, and horrifyingly, for many of them, this would be the last time they would ever see the light of day. This is their story, and as always, viewer discretion is advised. About 140 miles south of Salt Lake City, Utah is where you'll find Monte La Salle National Forest. This forest is a massive preservation of 1.2 million acres and also includes the state's second highest mountain range, which are the La Salle Mountains. Right in the middle of all of it is the Crandall Canyon Mine. Unlike many mines, which often spur the development of nearby towns, the Crandall Canyon Mine is fairly remote. The nearest civilization is Huntington, which is a town of around 2,000 people and sits about 10 miles to the southeast of the mine.
Have you guys ever gone on like a read the first time trip? Hello, Strummer. I'm just here to tell you that you look like an American version of that drummer from Ginger. Have you guys ever went on a cave tour? Like Mammoth Cave? I went to Mammoth Cave as a kid, man. I thought it was the coolest shit. Oh, you know what they did? I'll never forget this story. Okay, real quick. So like the tour guide, he was telling this story about like, I don't know, some Indian guy or something. Like some Indian in the cave. And they were like trying to like route it or some shit. You know, I don't know. I was a kid. I was thinking about X-Men. But anyway, I'll never forget this. As they were telling the story, they started to dim the lights, right? Like they started to like dim all the lights until there was only one light left. And the story was about this guy. And he was like exploring the cave, you know, trying to route it or whatever. And like tragedy happened. And there was this big rock or something that like fell on him. And it like landed on him and he like couldn't get out. Okay. And then the tour guide kept telling the story. And they were like, after the rock hit him, the only thing that he could do was look at the light from his torch. And eventually it just went out. And right after the tour guide said that, they turned the light off and it was completely fucking dark in the cave. And as a kid, I was like, oh my God. And then they just they didn't turn the lights back on right away. They let us sit there for like 30 seconds to like think about it. That was really scary as a kid. That was really scary. That was a very good story. I remember it to this day. Yeah, and they turned the lights off but they did it slowly over the course of the story, dude. It was so good. Anyway.
Mining there began in 1939 and continued all the way until 1955, but it would then sit untouched until the early 1980s when it was bought up.
You guys are so stupid. Wait, please. Can you start the story again? I didn't listen to anything you said.
Up by until the southeast of the mine. Mining there began in 1939 and continued all the way until 1955, but it would then sit untouched until the early 1980s when it was bought out by two other companies. The new co-owners contracted mining operations out to a coal company which employed around 70 miners at any given time afterward. Together, they would also update the mine with modern equipment and transportation systems, and by 1991, as much as 1.5 million tons of coal were removed from the mine each year.
That's like an extremely
dangerous job. As the summer of 2007
job,
wore on, the Crandall Canyon mine had thousands of feet of corridors that ran thousands of feet deep, providing more than enough work to keep mining going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In a week's time, miners there worked 12-hour shifts and were split into several groups. 2 separate crews would handle the day and night shifts, Tuesday through Thursday, and 2 more would mine from Friday to Sunday. Then on Mondays, everyone worked either the day or night shift to double production once a week. The night shift on Monday, August 5th, 2007 started no different than any other. Between the hours of 6 and 7 p.m., the day crew would be relieved and the night shift would take over. Maintenance mechanics like Jamison Ward and Tim Harper, however, worked slightly offset hours from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. Jamison entered the mine around 5:10 that afternoon and made his way to an area called the South Barrier. In this section, a handful of shift miners were extracting ore around 1,500 feet or 450 meters beneath the ground. He then approached the crew and asked if they were having any maintenance issues that he needed to check out, and they would tell him that earlier in the day, a scoop on a critical piece of equipment called a continuous mining machine broke and was in need of repair. After visiting with the men for a few more minutes, Jamison returned to his truck to grab some tools and headed over to begin repairing the scoop.
There's no way I'd ever do this job. No way, absolutely not. I remember, you guys know that show Dirty Jobs with Mike Rowe? Dude, I like that job a lot. One of the jobs he went to, man, was a miner. Dude, it was fucking scary, man.
In addition to getting the broken machine operational again, Jamison's task for that night shift was to install circuit breaker posts. These are installed because as the continuous mining machines advance into the mountain, conveyor belts that transport the coal out require power. These posts would now have to wait until the scoop was repaired, which was just as well, considering that the machine needed to advance further before he could start setting the posts anyway. Tim, meanwhile, started his shift with a stop at the above-ground warehouse to pick up some parts and supplies to set up a new charging station in the Section 3 North on the complete opposite side of the mine. When he finally had everything he needed, he returned to his truck and headed into the tunnels. Now, the process of mining coal is obviously more complicated than simply drilling holes into a mountain. There are different ways to mine ore, and the Crandall Canyon mine employed a system known as room and pillar, which you may remember from the Spring Hill mine disaster video. In basic terms, miners dig out material to create underground rooms, which are really more like wide hallways. Between these, they leave unmined ore in place to act as pillars that provide the support to keep the mine from caving in as the coal is extracted. And there are benefits and drawbacks to this style of mining, but the main drawback is that production is limited since it requires some of the coal to remain behind. This means profits are also far from maximized for mine owners. In any case, at 6 o'clock, the night shift replaced the day shift, and 5 miners continued cutting through rock in the South Bearer section. Less than 2 hours later, as Jameson continued fixing the scoop and Tim installed a charging station on the other side of the mine around them started to rumble. Now, surprisingly, this is a relatively common occurrence inside mines, and this one was registered as a 2.2 on the earthquake Richter scale. At the same time, although it was little more than a minor tremor inside Crandall Canyon mine, it sounded like there may have been a cave-in further into the work area of the South Barrier. A quick inspection of the section by Don Erickson, who was a mine foreman, revealed nothing out of the ordinary, however, so mining continued. Sometime later, at around 11:30 that night, Jameson finished repairing the scoop and finally got to work installing breaker posts. Then around 2 a.m. on August 6th, he received a call from Tim, and Tim went on to tell him that he was finished with his installation, but after he packed up his truck and went to drive back to the warehouse, the truck refused to start. He then asked Jameson to come pick him up. After the call, Jameson tracked Don down and asked him if he could go help Tim, but he told Jameson to get the breaker post installed first. Otherwise, the mining operation in the South Bear would have to stop because they wouldn't have power. The breaker post took Jameson another 45 minutes to complete, and when he was finished, he gave Tim a call to let him know he was on his way. 3 minutes later at 2:48 a.m., as Jameson drove away from the South Bear, a violent crack echoed through the mine that originated near where he had just been working. Just then, the mine started shaking for a second time during the shift. This time, the movement came in at almost a 4 on the Richter scale, and it sounded once again like the South Bearer caved in. Only this time, it had. Coal and rock debris then poured from the ceiling of the mine, blocking every path to the South Bearer and trapping 5 miners as well as Don in the section. The energy from the cave-in also created a burst of wind that caught up to Jameson's truck in the main tunnel and was so forceful that it blew the truck sideways. When it finally came to a stop, he got out and looked back where he came from, only to see that the route to the South Bear was now completely blocked. He then hopped back into his truck and drove through the main west tunnel to a phone not too far from where his truck skidded to a stop.
Dude, if that happens,
once
you
again,
are
he
so
called Tim
Omega
and
dead.
asked him if he heard or felt the rumble, and was surprised to learn that the same gust of wind that almost threw his truck into a wall made it all the way to Tim's location, along with a scattershot of small rocks. One of these rocks apparently hit Tim's head so hard that it injured his right eardrum. Elsewhere in the mine and at the surface, foremen were trying to get a sense of what happened. Attempts to reach Don by phone were unsuccessful, meaning that the cave-in could have severed the South Bear phone lines, or worse. As this was happening, Jameson picked up Tim and turned around to head back toward where the blast of air and rock came from, along the main west tunnel. And along this tunnel are individual sections called crosscuts. The 5 miners and Don were trapped at crosscut 140 and 141, but when Jameson and Tim reached crosscut 113, a massive single piece of coal was blocking the entire remainder of the tunnel. Upon seeing this, the pair then rushed to the nearest phone and called the mine superintendent to brief him on the situation. At 3:30 a.m., so less than an hour after the cave-in, the mine rescued...
How much do these guys get paid? Nah, we haven't watched New Nick Crowley. There's just no amount of money. There's no amount of money that they could give me to do this. There's none. They could give me $1 million an hour and I would tell them to fuck off. No, I would. There's no way I'm going down there, man. There's no fucking way, dude. My life is more important than $1 million, man.
Team and the Mine Safety and Health Administration, or MSHA, were informed of the incident and began mobilizing. A call was placed to the sheriff's office, and before long, deputies and medics began showing up at the mine. Plans for what to do next were underway using what was provided by Jameson and Tim once they exited the mine. It was then decided that rescuers were going to try to reach the trapped men from 2 angles, one horizontal and one vertical. While one crew was working inside the mine to clear debris from the entryways en route to the South Barrier, another would go to the top of the mountain and drill straight down to where the men were last known to be.
Dude, I bet you, however they try to rescue these guys, the company that they work for is not going to allow them to do anything that's going to affect their profit margin. I bet you.
The intention of this, however, wasn't to remove the men from the mine vertically. Instead, the drilling was done in hopes of supplying the men with fresh air, food, and water. Now, it might be easy to assume that the crew working inside the mine would reach the trap miners before the vertical shaft was drilled, but removing the debris from the mine meant putting rescuers in a highly unstable environment. It was unclear at the time just how badly the mine had been damaged, so they'd have to work slowly and reinforce the main tunnel along the way to ensure it wouldn't cave in again. Initial estimates put the time to complete the vertical shaft at about 1 full week, meaning that not only did they expect the rescue
A full week in the mine?
efforts inside to take longer than a week, but it also raised concerns about whether or not the men stuck inside could survive that long, if they even survived the collapse at all. By the afternoon of the day of the collapse, communication still hadn't been established between rescuers and the trapped miners. In this type of scenario, one of the ways that those trapped could communicate with rescuers is to bang on the rock walls or pipes with a tool to indicate their location and status. If necessary, they can even communicate back and forth using Morse code. And with the phone lines to that section down, rescuers hoped to hear tapping, but it just never seemed to come. Work to reach the miners continued around the clock, but then on the night of August 7th, seismic activity returned and the mine was evacuated. By then, the ordeal was quickly approaching 48 hours in, and now the effort to save them was forced to a standstill. That same night, a press conference was held by mine and county officials, including the Crandall Canyon mine owner. In his initial statement, the co-owner was adamant that the collapse was caused by an earthquake and that the trapped miners had enough air and water to last them a few weeks. Throughout,
But they don't What? What? Dude, this guy just said that the trapped miners could last a few weeks. What?
at the press conference though, it was impossible not to notice that his demeanor wavered between angry and contemptuous.
Yeah.
And this may have been in part due to the fact that seismologists openly disagreed with the executive. Instead, they believed that the miners didn't have nearly as much breathable air as he was letting on.
Dude, what I tell you guys, it always comes down to money, man. This guy doesn't give a shit about those miners, man.
When Jameson and Tim first inspected the damage near the South Barrett, they noticed that the stoppings in the area had been destroyed. A stopping is a durable, incombustible wall constructed inside mines to separate intake air from return air. These are crucial since carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide are ever-present dangers inside mines. When the stoppings came down, the ventilation system that brings good air in and takes bad air out was compromised. This meant that there was no telling how much air, if any, was getting to the trapped miners. Scientists were also of the opinion that the cave-in caused the seismic activity, not the other way around, and for good reason. An earthquake and seismic activity caused by mining have separate and distinct signatures on seismometer readings, and those from around the time of the cave-in were not consistent with those of natural earthquakes. As you might have suspected, the co-owner had reasons for pushing the earthquake narrative.
Yeah.
As we've established, Crandall Canyon was mined using the room and pillar system. However, companies grew frustrated by this way of mining because of all the revenue that had to be left inside to keep the ceiling from collapsing. So over time, a slight alteration to the room and pillar approach was developed to solve this problem. Using this new method, when a set of rooms was finished, the miners could start to remove pillars from the furthest point and let small sections of the roof collapse. As the pillars were removed, small controlled cave-ins would occur, and those could be mined too. This is called retreat mining, and although it's more lucrative, it's kind of risky. Obviously, as pillars are removed, there are fewer and fewer supports sharing the weight of all the rock above, and that increases the stress on the remaining pillars. In fact, the MSHA has regulations around retreat mining, and it's required that mines submit and have approved a roof support plan to keep their miners safe. And while the goal of retreat mining is to allow predictable portions of the ceiling to fall when a pillar is removed, it's not an exact science and things can go poorly quickly, even with an approved plan. If too much weight is transferred to too few pillars, it can result in what's known as a coal outburst, which is exactly what it sounds like. Coal pillars become so compressed that they collapse and coal bursts from the location of the break. Anyways, back inside the mine, the effort to reach the mine...
Dude, that is so fucking scary. There's no way, man. There's no way.
Horizontally restarted, and late on August 9th, a second vertical hole about 2.5 inches or 6 centimeters wide was started. The smaller circumference of this second hole meant they'd penetrate the area the trapped miners occupied quicker than the first vertical hole. This was becoming more and more crucial to establish communication and perform air readings to get a sense of what conditions were like where they were trapped. Then, the following day, on August 10th, the drill broke through the ceiling of the section, having bored its way some 1,800 feet, or about
Holy
550 meters into the mountain. This was the first glimmer of hope since the miners became trapped in the early mornings of August 6th, but it wouldn't last long. Attempts to communicate with anyone who might be stuck in the section were unsuccessful, but the most telling and concerning development came from the air readings taken at the borehole. The word air is often used interchangeably with the word oxygen, but the air we breathe is actually about 78% nitrogen and only 21% oxygen. In mines, for a variety of reasons, carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide are more plentiful and the composition of the air can vary. But crucially, if oxygen concentration in the air drops to about 15%, that's when things start to become more dangerous and the symptoms of hypoxia usually set in. If oxygen concentrations drop to a further 7.5%, there's simply not enough to sustain life. And horrifyingly, at the top of the mountain, the readings from the air flowing out of the borehole registered just 7% oxygen. When the news was announced at another press conference later in the day, the owner once again downplayed the significance of the readings. He claimed that it was just indicative of the oxygen concentration in the borehole itself and not necessarily inside the mine.
PR, man.
His agitation over the entire rescue process and how the developments were putting his company in a bad light then boiled over. He then went on to criticize the effort to reach the miners through the mine, saying progress was far too slow. There was literally nothing that could be done to speed it up though. If they went any faster, they would be putting the lives of the rescuers in danger. They had to proceed cautiously in the clearly unstable mine, taking care to install man-made supports as needed. Almost a week passed after the coal burst trapped the 6 miners when a camera was put down the second borehole in hopes of getting eyes on the situation inside. The only thing that could be seen in the section, however, was a few feet of rubble covering the main floor. By then, only about 25% of the main west tunnel had been cleared of rubble, and conditions only seemed to get worse for the rescue crews. Seismic events kept taking place inside the mine, and by August 16th, so 10 days after the initial collapse, 41 were recorded. None of them, however, originated from the south barrier where the miners were trapped. They were all coming from a different area known as Entry Number 1, which is where the rescuers were working. In fact, on August 15th, the shaking got so bad that an excavator used in the rescue effort was mostly buried by coal breaking loose from the ceiling. This became such a concern for rescuers that 12 of them asked to be relieved from duty.
Holy shit.
Unfortunately, their sense of trepidation and the seismic events themselves were largely ignored. Something was still happening inside the mine, and the officials leading the rescue operation were doing their best not to confront the possibility that continuing to dig toward the trapped miners was too dangerous. The removal of rubble continued, and as it did, no one seemed to notice that more of the pillars that had become piles were compressed and therefore helping to support some of the weight above. This meant that as the rubble was removed, it was actually—
Dude, imagine being a rescuer and you die trying to rescue somebody. That's so fucked, man. It's the worst mining accident in history.
contributing to the instability of the mine.
It was like, this kind of reminds me about the story kind of reminds me about that other story where it was like the gym teacher or some shit took the fucking kids to the mine or to the cave, and it like rained like fucking 50 inches of rain or whatever, and they got trapped in there and shit. You guys remember that? That was fucking horrible too, because there were two rescuers that like lost their lives trying to get the kids out. Yeah, it was like a soccer team or something. Yeah.
Soon enough, those who hadn't begged to stop the rescue out of fear were about to find that out. As it approached 7 p.m. on August 16th, the pillars between entries 1 and 2 suddenly and violently gave way as coal burst out in every direction like shrapnel from a grenade. When it did, it smashed into everything in the area, including rescue workers. So much coal collapsed that when the dust cleared, there was 4 feet or about a meter of rubble and debris piled up between the 2 entries. The coal burst alone killed 2 more miners and 1 inspector, and another 6
Holy shit.
suffered major but non-life-threatening injuries.
They just died
Then,
instantly.
at that day's press conference, the owner announced that his company filed paperwork with the federal government to close and seal the Crandall Canyon mine forever.
Had I known that this evil mountain, this alive mountain, would do what it did, I would never have sent the miners in here.
In his own preliminary assessment of
This is the shittiest fucking apology I think I've ever seen in my life. What the fuck?
caused the two tragic accidents. He told reporters that the blame rested on the mountain itself because it was supposedly evil.
Blame the mountain. Are you kidding me, bro? You have a fucking mountain that you don't have to go into, right? You don't have to, you know? You go in the mountain and you're going to blame the mountain? What?
The U.S. Department of Labor, however, didn't share that opinion. An investigation into both incidents got underway, and the final report that was issued found multiple causes, including some caused by corporate neglect. Here's what the MSHA determined. The coal outburst on August 6th in the South Bear section was so significant that it took out around half a mile or 805 meters of coal pillars. At the point of the outburst where the 6 miners were working, coal likely exploded from the broken pillars like pellets spreading larger and larger as they traveled. It's believed that all 6 were killed instantly, likely before they knew it was happening.
Holy shit.
If any of them somehow survived the blast of debris, the destruction of the ventilation system would have caused air significantly deficient in oxygen to flood the trapped section.
Yeah.
Essentially, the workers were doomed the moment their shift began the previous evening.
Wow.
The actual root cause of the tragedy, though, was traced back to the engineering analysis done by...
That's really dark to think about, man. Like, you're dead. Like, all right. You're going to die, like, as your shift starts, and you don't even know it. You don't even know it. Like, holy fuck.
A separate company. Apparently, during the investigation, it was determined that all of the recommendations made by this analysis for safely retreat mining were extremely flawed. Unfortunately, then, from this incorrect analysis, a roof control plan was drawn up by the mine operator, which led to insufficient pillar dimensions and an overall incorrect design of the mine. And in fact, the August 6th and 16th incidents weren't even the first coal outburst the mine experienced either. In March of 2007, just 5 months before those deadly events, coal bursts started occurring and got more frequent over time. And one occurred just 3 days before the August 6th outburst. None of the bursts preceding the August 6th event were strong enough to cause any fatalities, but the mine operator should have taken these as signs of growing instability, the report concluded.
That's even
Instead,
more
it
fucked,
continued
dude.
mining coal.
Of course they continued to mine. Okay.
In conditions that were growing more and more unsafe when it was clear that the roof control plan was not adequate enough to ensure the safety of miners from coal bursts. But among the infractions the company committed, one of the most egregious was that the company failed to inform the MSHA about several coal bursts, and they even misled the agency about the severity of one of them. Because of this,
Yeah, what I say, man. What I say at the beginning of this video, it's the fucking corporate greed shit because you're not a person. You're not human. You're just a number to them. You're just a fucking number, a replaceable fucking number, man.
the MSHA didn't have an opportunity to investigate these incidents, and had the agency been able to look into the outbursts, it may have prevented the August tragedy from occurring at all. As for the incident on August 16th, the removal of collapsed yet compacted coal in the effort to reach the trapped miners caused more and more instability in an already unsafe environment. The pressure from the weight of the coal on the insufficient pillars continued to grow until the pillars between entries 1 and 2 couldn't bear the load anymore and gave way. In the end, the final report listed 9 infractions committed by the company that directly led to the incidents and 1 by the engineering company. The MSHA then levied...
These motherfuckers should be charged with murder. That's legit murder, man. Like you're legitimately sending people to their fucking death.
the highest fines possible against the mining company, totaling more than $1.6 million. The engineering company was also ordered to pay $220,000 in fines. It's unclear if the mine owner was directly fined or if the company was responsible for paying some or all of the mine operator fines, as the final report did not point specific fault at either the owner or the parent company. And tragically, on September 1st, the rescue effort was called off after 4 weeks of attempts.
Damn, feels
And
bad.
2 months after the tragedies, inside Crandall Canyon Mine, the main passages were sealed with bricks, leaving these 6 bodies still trapped inside with the hopes of one day being able to recover them. As of 2024, there have been no further attempts to recover the bodies left in the Crandall Canyon Mine's south barrier. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to send it to the form found in the description, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
That video was sick, man. Video was sick.
Just let me know.
Yeah. Oh, this is a really good channel too, man. Let me know. Holy fuck. That was a really good channel too. All right, well, we're going to play the game now. I'm sure you guys are fucking thrilled about that shit. Yep. Actually, you know what? Has Let Me Know put out any other videos? The Unbreakable Cryptos Code? Kennedy Assassin? Or wait. $10 months ago, 2 months ago. This one's really good. This one's super fucking good, man. Jack the Ripper. I think my favorite one was either DB Cooper was super good. Cicada was super good. All right. I'll go with 3 favorites. My 3 favorites are DB Cooper, the Vanishing of Flight 370, and Cicada. Cicada's really good, man. It's really good. I haven't seen like all of them though. Oh man, the Bermuda Triangle is really good too. Fuck. Anyway, this one's really good, dude. The what is that? The Dyatlov Pass. This one's fucked. Yeah, this is a good channel too, man. If you guys never watched this shit, man, this is really good too. Okay, anyway, let me let me grab a drink, man. Yeah, let me grab. Who's this? Is this a honeybee glamour? I hear it. Jesus, man. Why are you at me? Oh, right. Inflation. I can't fart. Boo. I can't fart. That's no cringe.
I'm sure it's
Rotten
not that
mango?
hard to
No, I haven't. Holy shit.
I'm gonna come.
A flower for Ivory. Yo, good luck, Ivory. Let me nice forehead. Nice band. Yeah, is this chat? I'm gonna go get a drink. And I am the great mighty Pooh. And I'm going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of dish comes from my chocolate starfish. How about some scat, you little twat? You are a grown-ass man. Do I play the guitar? I mean, I used to. I used to.
That means no.
I mean, I haven't in like years. What's my favorite DPS? I like Reaper. I still like Reaper. But I really fucking like Samurai now, man. Samurai is so fucking fun. I don't know. I might like Samurai just as much. You've been watching this drum for 8 years, longer than any TV show. Hell yeah. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Dude, wherever the fuck this guy's going, man, is important. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Is this weird that I'm following this guy? I think it's weird. Whoa! Woo! Master, can I ride with you? Well, I'm really getting rather mad. I can't get that song out of my head, man. I can't get it out of my head. I'll be your queen bee, honey, be lovely. I can't get that song out of my head either. Dude, that song's so good, man. Oh, man. All right, you guys ready? All right, let's do some stuff. I just need to run an expert. Who wants to go? Oh, no. This. I need an expert. Dude, is this guy just like running back and forth? Dude, what is it? Dude, why is this guy running back and forth? Oh, man, it's so funny, dude. Is that an anti-AFK bot, man? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Do you guys want to go? PF's up. It's 11111. Do you guys want to go? You guys don't want to go? I mean, I can just queue up then. Okay. One person wants to go. We want wrecked. When's the wrecked? Is they gonna wreck today? Fucking literally wrecked it for like an hour, bro. What data center? Light, I think. Yeah. Yeah. You missed rack, so you got to do it again. Wins magic. Oh man, I got a. Oh, nice. Okay, I got a. I haven't even seen the new set, man. I saw one card. Yeah, I saw one card that seemed decent for like Reanimator. This lab. Okay, guys, ready? This guy done yapping. I ain't been listening. La 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 la. It's like every time I read your messages, I just like fucking lose faith in humanity. You know that?
Ooh. Ooh.
You know that shit?
Flower for Zeems. Thank you. Thank you.
Dude, what do you guys think of these fucking bitch-ass little pussy poles, man? This is cringe. Let me tell you about cringe, okay? Do you guys notice that? I really don't like what they did. You know what else I don't like? I fucking don't like the fact that Decimate is a loss on 3 targets, but Inner Chaos or Chaotic Cyclone is not. Do I like the state of Dark Knight now? No. I think Dark Knight... Nah, you know what, man? You know what's crazy? Okay, let me tell you something crazy, okay? I'm so fucking glad. I'm so fucking glad that everyone is shitting on Dark Knight right now. You know why? Because I feel so fucking justified. Because Dark Knight is like literally the same as it was. Right?
Shut up, bitch.
Like back in fucking Endwalker and back in Shadowbringers, right? Matter of fact, it's even a little better now. And because it doesn't deal a shit ton of damage, right? Because it's like the lowest DPS tank, finally, after all of these years, people are starting to realize, hey, you know what? The fucking design's kind of shit. That's what they're finally fucking starting to realize now, man. And I've been saying this shit for like 4 goddamn years. And all these fucking idiots were like, no, Dark Knight's amazing. It's so good. Dark Knight's so good. And the only reason why they fucking liked it, they didn't even like it. They only tolerated it because its damage was fucking good. But now that its damage sucks, everyone's like, oh my god, it's the worst tank. Motherfucker, it hasn't even changed. Matter of fact, it got better. Fucking Dark Knight got better. But because it's not fucking dealing insane amounts of damage anymore, people are like, man, it's fucking trash. No, it's always been fucking trash. You just tolerated it because it dealt good damage. Ooh, I'm so fucking glad its damage is shit. Holy fuck am I glad, because now all these motherfuckers that were like, man, Dark Knight's just fine. TBN's fucking great. Dark Knight's just fine. All these fucking idiots, now they're saying the same shit that I was saying like fucking years ago. Oh man, TBN sucks. Man, Dark Knight's fucking god-awful. It's trash.
Almost
No one is allowed to say Dark Knight sucks except for me. Fuck all you. You guys can fuck off.
Kinda toxic. You good, T?
Very, very, very weird, man. Nah, but seriously, though. Seriously, Dark Knight actually just got better. But the fact that so many people are saying it sucks now is just very funny to me. Because it's, as far as, like, rotational shit and, like, utility shit, or, well, not utility, but, like, as far as, like, you know, having, like, useless buttons and that kind of crap, it's actually in the best state that it's been. Well, since, I guess since the rework, anyway. Man, let me tell you something, though. Fucking Paladin is fucking S tier, man. I've been playing a lot of Paladin recently. Holy shit. Like, I'm going Paladin for my week 2 group. Jesus fucking Christ, it is awesome. Holy shit. It is so fucking good, man. And I'm like really happy too. I'm really happy because it's a very, very fun tank to play. It's very fun, and it's cool to try to optimize your like your burst phases and stuff. But I'm gonna say this though, man. I'm gonna say this because it has like extra utility and ranged attacks actually mattering now. I mean, okay, look, I'm not gonna say it was over buffed, okay, because I don't think it was over buffed, but I am gonna say that I think Dark Knight and Warrior need a little something, need just a little something. I mean, Dark Knight needs a fucking whole goddamn rework, dude. Dark Knight, okay, let me tell you something about Dark Knight, okay? Dark Knight is like a fucking goddamn train wreck. It is just absolutely fucking horrendous, dude. If you're playing Dark Knight, you are literally griefing your group. You're literally griefing. So for all of you Dark Knight mains in the chat, congratulations, okay? Because you're fucking griefing the fuck out of your statics and out of your party finders, okay? So fucking congrats. You're a Dark Knight main. That's so fucking cool. Dude, this stupid fucking blimp always gets in my way, man. You guys notice that, dude? Does that blimp get in anybody else's way? Well, like, so like, after the media tour of Endwalker, yeah, after the media tour of Endwalker, right? I said, one of the things I said was, Dark Knight, the only reason why people think that it's good, man, is because its damage is so fucking high. That's the only reason why people think it's fucking good, man. And they, okay, and another thing is this, man, they basically fucking design fights around it. So, like, they design DSR in such a way where, like, all of your fucking burst, you know, you basically burst, and then there's all this downtime just for your burst to come back up, and then you burst again. You know what I mean? So, of course, because they design it in that way, of course, Dark Knight is just going to be, like, naturally good. You know, but that's not because the job design itself is good. That's just because the design of the fight favors that style. It favors that burst style. And you know what? Speaking of DSR, man, dude, I know I've said this a lot, but I really, really fucking wish that they would make Bloodfest 1 minute. Man, dude, if they made Bloodfest 1 minute, holy fuck. That would be so fucking fun, man, to just be able to Lionheart every single minute. I mean, obviously you'd have to nerf the potency, but, like, that's fine. Like, hitting your buttons more often, in my opinion, is always better than just dealing, like than the number being higher. Does that make sense? Like, basically, if I have a choice between hitting for 100,000 every 2 minutes or 50,000 every minute, I'm going to choose 50,000. Like, Samurai is actually a good example of that. If they nerfed the potency, they wouldn't even have to make it. They wouldn't even have to make it like crit direct hit. Oh shit. Yo, it's up here, guys. It's up here. No, Paladin Burst is amazing, man. Man, they buffed the living shit out of Paladin's damage. Holy shit. I mean, it's cool, though. It's cool. But, dude. If I was a Dark Knight player, man, holy fuck. Like, if I was a Dark Knight, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this shit? Dude, if I was a Dark Knight main, bro, and I saw those... Wait, am I on the wrong side? Oh, shit. Fuck me, bro. And I saw those Dark Knight, or those Paladin buffs. Okay, let me ask you guys a question, man. How... we have any Dark Knight mains in chat? Like it's okay. You're not gonna be bullied. Were you like severely upset at the buffs that Dark Knight got? Like, as a Dark Knight main, you're sitting there, like, looking at the fucking buffs, right? And you're like, what in the fuck? There's no way you were happy. Like, there's no fucking way that you were happy, right? There's no way. If anything, it was like, for me, when I, like, read the fucking buffs, read the changes or whatever, man, I was like... It's like, that's it? That's all Dark Knight got? It didn't even, like, the buff didn't even matter. It didn't even fucking matter. Like, you could literally take that buff away and it would change nothing. It would change nothing. Like, what are they thinking? What are they thinking, man? I just really don't think that they I really don't think that they understand that Dark Knight has problems. I am under the belief that they believe the Dark Knight is perfectly fine. It doesn't need to be changed. And you know what? I blame the community for that because it's a bunch of these dumbass fucking idiots
A few moments
that
later.
are like, TBN's fine. Dark Mind is fine. It's the other tanks that are too strong. Nerf the other tanks. Like, that's such a fucking dumbass mentality. Yeah, nerf the other tanks. Bring them down to Dark Knight's level. Dude, how many of you in chat would be fucking pissed as fuck if they took all your self-sustain away from Warrior, Paladin, and Gunbreaker, dude? Can you imagine if they did that? Like, all right. Let's say that Bloodwetting no longer heals you. Let's say that Paladin no longer has Clemency, Holy Sheltron, and doesn't heal off of the fucking, whatever the fuck that is, dude. And let's say that Heart of Corundum no longer has the XCOG. That's what these fucking idiots actually think. That's what they want to happen. So instead of just giving Dark Knight sustain, they want to completely gut the other three fucking tanks because Dark Knight sucks so much ass. There's actually people that think that way. You guys are so stupid, man. Oh, shit. Nah, it needs to be reworked. And for everyone that's like, nah, let the healers heal, bro, go do Party Finder. There's plenty of healing in Party Finder, man. Go do Party Finder. Like, man, I think this, like, healers never heal shit. People are actually starting to take it serious. It just comes from, like, I don't know, like, ignorant players, man. Like, yeah, let's say you go in the Party Finder with some random motherfuckers without a healer. Dude, you have two healers and both of them can't even fucking heal, man. You, like, combine both their brain cells and neither one of them can fucking heal, dude. You get, like, half of a brain cell that's just, like, starved of any intellect or anything like that, you know? Sorry, I'm kind of ranting. Who started this? Who asked me about Dark Knight? Yeah, I don't know. Who was the guy that asked? I don't know, but I wish they wouldn't have. Nah, man, I want to talk about it. What could they change? So, like, what could they change about Dark Knight that would make it better? So, let's think about it. The first thing they need to do is they need to change TBN. They need to remove the mana cost. They need to make it 25 seconds, just like the others. They need to make it to where Ooh, okay, so check it out, right? So they need to make it to where TBN, it like puts an XCOG on you, right? Shit, am I gonna get hit? Oops, whatever. So like TBN, it puts an XCOG on you. And the XCOG will either just stay on you for like, I don't know, like 30 seconds or until it breaks. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Bunch of cuties. Heart emoji. Okay. Well, I'm going to log on the bald. I'm going to log on bald. So what could they do? They could change, they could change TBN to where it puts an XCOG on you, right? And then, ooh, check it out. They could actually put like a regen on oblation. Okay, so there's two sources of healing just right there. So they could change those two. They need to remove the dying clause on living dead. They just need to make it to where you fully heal yourself, and then that's it. Oops. Shadowed Vigil's fine. They need to change Dark Mind to where it's 15% both physical and magical, because that would be cracked. That'd be really cool. They need to make, if they're going to keep Oblation should give you like a regen. Should give you a regen. So the problem with making Abyssal Drain spammable is, why would you ever use your normal AoE? So there has to be like a reason to use it. They could do it like multiple ways, right? So you might want to go to this. So like they could do it like multiple ways. Here, hold on. Let me put this up. Just in case anybody wants to go. I mean, I kind of... Okay, so I like the idea of Oblation. I like the concept of Oblation. I just think it should have a regen on it. I think that would be really cool if a tank could just throw a regen on somebody, man. That sounds kind of sick. You know? Kind of like Aurora. You know what I mean? So it could be like Aurora, but better. You know what I mean? Because it could also have the damage mid, too. And then I think TBN should have... I think TBN should have like a... yeah, like it should have like an XCOG. And definitely remove the mana cost. And then they need to give Dark Knight another combo at this point. They need to bring back Power Slash, maybe, since they're already using Delirium for the fucking, you know, buff. So just turn Dark Knight into Gunbreaker. Well, no, I mean, like, man. Dude, whenever people say that, man, it's just like, that's such a stupid thing to say, especially in a game where they homogenize jobs. Like, just because you have two similar things, that doesn't mean that it turns the entire job into it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, just because, like going by that logic, then that means that, like, every tank is a warrior because every tank has an invuln. Or, you know what I'm saying, man? It's just, like, really... It's just... So why do it even more? Because that's the point. That's the point, because this job homogenizes shit. You know? Like, okay... Here is the fucking brutal truth that you guys need to understand. This game is a game of homogenization. It is. You gotta get over it. You have to accept it. You gotta take the dick of homogenization, okay? You just take it. There's nothing you can do to change it. It's gonna happen, okay? You're just taking it. So shut the fuck up. Just accept it. The sooner you accept it, the sooner you'll stop being a salty fucking cunt. You know what I mean? It's gonna happen. They're not gonna change. You don't want them to change it, man. You really don't want them to change it. You didn't play back in Heaven's Ward, so shut the fuck up, you know? Anyway, as a Dark Knight, you should be begging for homogenization. You should be begging for homogenization. You should be wanting more than anything to be like the other tanks. Oh, man. Oh, look at that. I can heal myself. I'm on fucking Paladin, bro, because I can heal myself. Man, this is so cool. This is so fucking cool. Man, maybe that Paladin buff was too good. Oh my fucking god. Dude, I just bursted for like 85k. Alright. That's cool.
I'm a burst.
I think I got them all. Yo, let me heal myself real fast, man. Because I'm a fucking paladin. Okay? I'm a good tank. I'm not some fucking squishy ass little fucking emo bitch.
Darkness. I summon esteem, my shadow.
Fuck that, bro. I'm a fucking paladin of the holy war. Okay? That's me. Alright? That's me, bro. Look at that shit. Everything's just dead from my holy justice. You know what a Dark Knight would do during that pull, man? They just sit in the corner and cry. And blast some Avril Lavigne. That's what they do.
Dude, this fucking boss, man, is so hard. This boss... Okay, look, man. Look, I'm gonna be real. Yo, I'm gonna be real, alright? A little bit of a hot take. This boss is harder than any of the Savage bosses. Alright? I'm gonna be real. Okay? I'm gonna be real. Oh, God, here we go. Here we fucking go. This fucking piece of shit, dude. He just spams this shit. Just spams this shit, man. Like, dude, look at this guy. He's getting fucked right now, bro. He's getting fucked. Look, he's fucked. No! No! Get off me. Get him off me. Oh my god. Dude, look, the fucking healer's dead, bro. The healer's... I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you right now. But it's fine. Now, if I was on Dark Knight, this is a perfect example. If I was on Dark Knight, man, we'd be fucked. Now watch this shit. Now I got you, brother. I fucking got you, man. Okay? Because I'm a paladin. Alright? That's what I do. That's what I do. Okay? I protect the group. I protect the party. Okay? That's what paladin mains do, man. Alright, I'm about to heal myself right here. About to heal myself. We are fully fucking protected, man. I'm even... Oh, Jesus. Okay. Get out of there, boys. Get out of there, man. Dude, this fucking boss, man. He's insane.
Did a first time chatter, blah. Now, see, if I would have been on Dark Knight, I would have been dead. D-E-D. Fucking dead, man. Fucking dead. No hope. Okay? Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. That's some Dante's Inferno shit. Okay? Oh, Jesus Christ! Sorry, I was too busy talking shit, man. Sorry. Yeah. I had it under control though, man. I had my trigger finger on the clemency. Oh, did I lose thread on something? It's fine. It's fine. Man, sometimes I forget that wreck is AoE. What? See ya. All right. Tickle got Ferris wheeled. I feel bad.
Cute individual, bottom left. Cute chatters, bottom left.
I didn't actually see where it is. I'm just going to take a guess. Yeah, I'm going to take a guess. Okay. I'm going to guess over here. Oh, shit. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever, man. Doesn't even fucking matter, dude. I'm protected by my oath. It's by my oath. Oath of vengeance. Let me tell you a little bit about my paladin. My paladin was protecting the queen, but he sacrificed himself. He gave his life for the queen. What? How the fuck did I get hit with that, man? I call fucking bullshit. Anyway, he gave his life, and he went to the underworld. Because even though he was a paladin, a man of just, a man of good, he was also a murderer. Because he was a paladin, and he had the oath of vengeance. And the oath of vengeance caused him to, murder, It's basically like Paladin's way to like get away with murder and still be a good guy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, So he died, and he went to the underworld,
Highness, I'm sure
And then
it's
there
not
was
that
there was a necromancer sorcerer from the kingdom. And anyway, so this necromancer sorcerer, from the kingdom, rezzed my paladin from the grave. So, but before he was rezzed, then this part's very important. While he was in the underworld, he also mastered the art of darkness. So like now, he's this fucking badass, holy death knight fucking paladin, man. That's like so fucking sick, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Steiner from FF9. No. Dude, Steiner's cringe. Wait, am I high? What are you talking about?
Shut up,
high?
bitch!
No. The fuck? Yo, you guys want to see a visual representation of whenever you guys type in chat? Look at this doll in the fucking blue, dude. That's me. That's me. Every time you guys type in chat, this is me in RL. That's what I do. Am I really gonna... Damn, these things got a lot of HP. Oh my god, yo, Arissa, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. I'm sorry I didn't see that. Oh, my alerts are off. That's why. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you guys for the subs. Holy shit, man. There's been so many subs and I haven't seen them. I'm really sorry. I've been like, reminds me of your Detroit playthrough. Oh, dude, when I failed to interrogate the android. Oh my god, you remember that? Dude, that was one of my favorite games I've ever streamed. That was one of my favorite games I've ever streamed was Detroit, dude. Holy shit. I don't know like how many people were there for that stream, but it was like it was when the channel, it was like years ago. It was when the channel was like, I don't know, quite a bit smaller. And man, that fucking streaming that game was so fun. That was one of my favorite games to ever stream, like even to this day. I'll never forget, man. We're like walking through the streets, right? And we're just like, the path. You know, this is the path. The path of the dark side. You know what I mean, dude? It was so fucking fun, man. I did a fucking Twitch chat playthrough. And you can guess how that went. It did not go well.
We used to have fun here.
What do you mean used to, man? You fuckers, dude. I let you guys pretty much do whatever the fuck you want, dude. Okay? You know how much shit I take from you guys? Okay? It's like every 2 fucking seconds, man. Something to do with bald or booing me off the stage or some shit, dude. You know? I let you guys do whatever the fuck you want for the most part. You've always been a good chatter here. Absolutely not. Okay? Absolutely not. You spam links with farts and I click on them and then the chat fucking says that you got me, which doesn't make any sense. Shh. And do this in real life. Oh god, I'm supposed to like take this over here, right? Man, what am I doing here? I don't care about this. Oh, holy shit, 100k, bro. 100k. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah. Thank you. Oh, did the minion drop? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. 100% safe spot found on the first boss of Strayborough. No. This isn't, dude, this is not the safe spot. It's a, okay, this is, let's see. What could this possibly be? Could it be a fart, a wet fart, an explosive fart? Could it be bussin'? Could it be the gnome? Let's see. What could it be? I'm gonna bet it's the fucking gnome. Free redeem. You're so stupid. Like, you're actually dumb, dude. Cooked his ass. Dude, today's been fun, man. I've been having fun today. No, but seriously, okay, so we got like a little bit of time, man. We got like a little bit of time. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I need to log on Bia because I think we're doing reclears today. So let me log on Bia, and then I'm going to bust out the paint. Play the... Holy fuck. That's a Burge, bro. Okay. Okay, so check it out, man. Here, hold on, dude. I want to like... Here, dude, let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it briefly. All right. So, let's see. Oops. Let's see. Let's go with old Comic Sans, bro. Or, yeah, Comic Sans. Let's go, okay. All right. Some ways to make Dark Knight better. Okay. Okay. So the first thing... The first thing here... okay, so before we get started, man, yo, Kiro, thank you for the sub. Mandarin, thank you for the sub. Neo, the 63 months. Arthur's waifu, thank you again for the raid. Zero with the 31 months. Nosh and Fox Girl. Bayhawk, Astro. New subs, welcome to the channel. Moon, Ellie, Iodine, Morts, Messia, Galaxy Man, Rabby, and Payne, the anonymous gifter. The anonymous gifter to Lying Lionel. Okay. Okay. She was 18! He lied! He was 18! Ramadan will die! Before Xeno gets a cent. Dude, I can't wait to show that to the judge next Thursday. I'm literally showing that clip to the judge. I'm going to be like, yeah, he fucking posted this shit and broke the fucking stalking order. I'm going to literally show that to the judge. And I'm going to show the other clip where he had to explain to the fucking police about his weirdo wall. Yeah. I'm going to show both of them. Because I already know this fucking dumbass is going to be like, no, that wasn't me. No, that YouTube channel's not me. Bull fucking shit, that's not you. I got you on fucking 4K, idiot. You lying sack of shit. I got you on 4K. I fucking recorded it. I fucking recorded that shit. Because I knew you were going to either delete it or get banned. You ain't lying your way out of this. No fucking shot. No way. Anyway. Anyway. Man, thank you guys for the resubs. Thomas, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Muffins with the sub. Okay, so some ways to make Dark Knight better. Okay, so check it out. Let's see. Yo, you know what else, man? Real quick, man. Because, like, he really hates it when people bring up the fact that he owes me $23,000 and he fucking hates it that he's my bitch and that I fucking own him. Like, I fucking own his ass, dude. And he hates it. I'm gonna fucking take, if he tries to say, like, oh no, I'm not Desolence, I'm gonna take my defamation lawsuit, and then this fucking idiot left his Patreon up. He left his Patreon up, and on his Patreon, it says defamation tax. That is so fucking incriminating, man. Are you kidding me? So I have screenshots and videos of all that. So just in case he ever got rid of it. Okay, anyway. So change TBN. Make it 25 seconds. Remove mana. Add XCOG. Change living dead. Remove the dying part. Summer gifted the sub to 23K Andy. Thank you very much. Kiro with the 57 months. Summer gifted a sub to jail. Holy fuck, dude. What's XCOG? Okay. XCOG is the ability where you get a buff. And if your HP falls below, it's like 50%, then you automatically get healed for like 1200 potency or some shit. Yeah, so it's basically a buff that goes on you, and when you drop below a certain threshold, it will automatically heal you. So hold on. TBN, Living Dead. You know what? Here. I'm going to remove the word change because it should be obvious. Okay. Dark Mind. All damage, 15%. Oblation. Oblation. Add a regen. Let's see. Add another GCD combo ability like Power Slash. Okay. Now, yeah, so what would we do with Abyssal Drain? That's the thing, right? Yeah, that's the thing. What would we do with Abyssal Drain? There's a lot of stuff that we could do with it, right? That's actually a pretty cool idea. Make it like divine. Make it like after you use Soul Eater, dude, you get an Abyssal Drain proc. That actually, holy shit, that'd actually be kind of sick. Dude, imagine if like you did a 1, 2, 3 and then you got like an Abyssal Drain proc. Like a Holy Spirit. Dude, that'd be fucking cool. I mean, that'd be just like Paladin, but Paladin's S tier right now. Paladin's amazing. Why not just fuck it? Yeah, that'd actually be really cool. It also remove off of, dude, what if, dude, what if Abyssal Drain was just a casted GCD, but if you like comboed it, right? Oh, yeah, just dude, make a yeah, we're doing that. Make it just like Holy Spirit. Yeah, dude. That'd be sick, man. That'd be sick. So you'd go like AoE into Abyssal Drain and heal yourself. Holy shit, that'd be fucking awesome. That'd be awesome. Yeah, that'd be sick. Someone told there were free bad takes here. No, you must be confused. That person said there were free bans here. Okay, and congratulations, you got one. You're the lucky winner. The balance will be fuming over this. Why? All these changes are awesome, man. Can you guys honestly tell me that you wouldn't like these changes added to Dark Knight? Are you fucking kidding me? You know how brain damage you'd have to be to not want all of these changes? Dude, these changes are amazing. Okay, you know how I know they're amazing? Because I thought of them. Okay, except for the Carven Spit guy. Who was the Abyssal Drain guy? I'm gonna mod this motherfucker. That was a good fucking idea. You don't play Cringe Night? Don't know about bad takes, but what there is here is a good old helping of a sudden VIP spam. Oh, you know what? No, that's fucking sick too, man. Holy shit, that's fucking sick. Salted Earth. Add a regen if you're in the puddle. Dude, that's fucking sick. That's cool too. Yeah, that's cool too. I don't know about Soul Survivor, man. I don't know. It was kind of meh. I don't know. Did you guys like Soul Survivor? Why couldn't we add everything? This is a rework. I think Dark Missionary is fine. I mean, it doesn't work on... I mean, I think Dark Missionary is fine. I think whatever the other one is fine too, Heart of Light. They just suck in some terms. Oh, what's Soul Survivor? So Soul Survivor, okay, so I'll tell you its original design. It was a debuff you put on the enemy, and if the enemy died and when the debuff was on it, you would heal 25% life, I think, and like 25% mana. But then they changed it because people were really bad at the fucking game, and they were misusing it all the time, and no one was utilizing it. So they changed it to where if you put it on, regardless if you killed the enemy or not, it would give you that. But then over time, they realized, hey, this doesn't really matter at all. So they just took it away. Oh, yeah, actually, wait. Dark Missionary level 70. Nah, it's not like Death's Design. It's a debuff that it's just, it's kind of... It's like an anti-X cog you put on the enemy. It's kind of hard to explain. Unmin and Unleash being a spell doesn't matter really, does it? It doesn't really matter anymore, right? Well, where do you have it on there? XCOG on CBN. I really think unbuffed Blood Spiller should give you mana. Oh, huh. See, the thing is like that's like a numbers thing, right? That's like a numbers thing where you could do it or not do it, and if the numbers line up, then it really wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? XCOG is heal at 50%. Yeah. So like if you drop below 50% or something, you get like you get healed with like a 1200 potency heal or something. I don't actually know the exact potency. I know Heart of Corundum, I believe, is 1200 unless they change it. What else is fucking wrong with this miserable pile of shit? Oh, I guess the other combo. Okay, add another GCD combo like Power Slash. Yeah, but what would it do? I mean, there's like a lot of stuff that it could do. It could like just buff your next ability, or it could like buff your next Soul Eater. Let's just say for right now, because we're not going to focus on a single ability, we're gonna try to get as many changes in as we can. Let's say for right now, Power Slash just buffs your next Soul Eater or some shit. You know, that would actually add more to the heal as well. Man, dude, is this really hard to understand, guys? No, guys, stop making this more complicated than it is. Dude, you take TBN, the only thing you do is you put an XCOG on it. That's it. Whatever target you TBN, they also get an XCOG. That's it. Okay? If the shield breaks, great. If it doesn't break, doesn't matter. The XCOG still stays on you. It's not complicated. Okay? Dark side, make it a trait. I mean, does it even matter? I mean, maybe. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Make it a trait. Now, you know what else, man? Now you're probably asking yourself, right? You're probably asking yourself, well, how is this job more difficult? Well, one, it has another combo. Two, you get this Abyssal Drain proc, and that's hard enough, okay? That's hard enough, all right? Now, for some of you that's like, but that's not hard enough. No, it is hard enough because motherfuckers can't hit their buttons because people wipe to enrage on M2, okay? That's why. You would 100% want a mana rebalance, more mana so you can Edge of Shadow outside of burst windows more often. Yeah. The thing is, man, is the job actually used to be like that. And people didn't like it. But instead of using Edge of Shadow, you use an ability called Dark Arts. Oh, that's a fucking... Yeah. Holy shit. This... Nah, you know, I'm putting this at the top. This is going at the top. This is going at the top. Change it. Good Lord. Plunge should have 400 potency. Man, you're just saying that to trigger me. Shut the fuck up. So like okay. So basically you want to rebalance a mana. I mean, like I tend to agree, actually. I tend to agree. Because right now you basically just completely blow your load in your opener and you have this like massive like 40, 50k opener. And then after that, it's just like all fucking downhill the entire fight. It's just all downhill. You know, actually, I'm just going to put this. Okay. All right, follow me on this. Now, what if? Okay, hold on. What if when you used your basic combo, so you did 1, 2, 3, and then you got an Abyssal Drain proc, what if the Abyssal Drain proc took mana? Now, that's a little bit skill intensive. Do we want to go that route? I don't think we want to go that route, man. I really don't. I don't think we want to go that route. I think people would not like that. Holy Spirit takes mana. I mean, does it really? I mean, does it really? Like, in your paladin rotation, if you remove the fucking mana completely, like, would it really change? Like, it only matters if you're dead. It only matters if you die. You know what I mean? Like, like, paladin has no mana management whatsoever. How is that skill intensive? Well, because what if you Edge of Shadow, like, too many times, and you have an Abyssal Drain proc, but you can't use it because it requires mana, but you already spent that mana on Abyssal or on Edge of Shadow. I like what the chatter said. I'm just going to say that. Dude, this sounds so perverted. Edge a little more outside of burst. Holy fuck, dude. There's no way that someone is going to read that and be like, yeah, that's not perverted. Let's see. What else? What else? What else? What else? Nah, the 1, 2, 3 already gives you a free Abyssal Drain. Nah, that's what they did in 11, right? Monado? Abilities cost HP. It wouldn't work in this game because Dark Knight's a tank, but in 11, Dark Knight wasn't a tank, right? Like it was a DPS. I think it would be, well, man, okay, believe it or not, guys, okay, get this shit. Believe it or not, they've already tried that. They've already tried a long time ago. If I remember correctly, there used to be an ability on Black Mage that would take your HP and turn it into MP. And it ran into issues where Black Mages were like killing themselves because they would use that ability and then die to like a raid wide. I'm pretty sure. That was in a Realm Reborn, I'm pretty sure. They've already done that actually. But HP, guys, HP and PvP is completely different. You cannot balance shit in PvP and put it in PvE. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't, no. Like in PvP, you're not guaranteed to be taking damage, but you cannot give a tank a life sacrifice ability. Not in this game. Man, dude, motherfuckers can't even wear the right accessories, man. Like, come on. Oh, you're just saying as an example. Yeah. With PvP, it's like completely different, right? So like in 11, it was completely different because Dark Knight was like a DPS or some shit. I don't know. I didn't play 11. So this would be cool. So your rotation would be something like this. It would be like Power Slash, and then you'd get a proc. You'd get an Abyssal Drain proc, and then your next combo would be Soul Eater. And after you do Power Slash, two things happen. You get an Abyssal Drain proc that functions exactly like Holy Spirit, and you would also get a buff that your next Soul Eater, it does like increased potency and has increased healing. So that way you would be swapping between combos. What abilities did Dark Knight used to have that they don't anymore? I mean, honestly, man, you know what would be cool? You know what I loved? Okay, you know what I loved about Dark Knight back in Heaven's Word was Blood Weapon. Believe it or not, Blood Weapon back in the day was fucking sick. And what it did was it actually increased the speed of your GCD. It made you attack like 20% faster or some shit. So like Blood Weapon was so badass, and it was only on a 40-second cooldown. So maybe they could okay, maybe they could bring back Dark Arts, but kind of change it a little bit. And like basically you'd go into this like fucking badass, you know, like Death Knight Dark Arts form, kind of like Reaper. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just take Enshroud from Reaper and give it to Dark Knight. So when you use Dark Arts, you just Enshroud. Fuck it. Just do that. That's kind of cool, right? Yeah, just do that. Let's do that. Dark Arts. Steel Enshroud from Reaper. There. Oh yeah, that'd be sick because your like finale ability could like when you enter Dark Arts, your abyssal drain would change into like oh man, oh dude, your abyssal drain could change to infinite darkness. And dude, you would like, I don't know, slash the air and the void would come out and cause this explosion. Dude, that'd be badass, man. That'd be sick. Oh, shit. Yo, this is my jam. Ooh. 3 books. The Way of the Bushido. Book 1. Crescent Moon. Book 2. Full Moon. Book 3. Blood Moon.
Shut up, bitch!
Okay. Yeah, Dark Arts could steal Enshroud from Reaper. I don't know, man. What do you guys think? That's kind of cool. This song is called The Sorrow of the Silver Samurai. It's actually called Natural Cause by Emancipator. Yeah. So what if Steal Enshroud from Reaper? Okay. Yeah, dude, let's ship this, man. Let's ship this. This gets the bald stamp. Yeah. All right. These are some ways to make Dark Knight better. Dude, Dark Knight would be so much fucking better if it had this shit, man. Okay? It'd be so much cooler. It would have regen. It'd have self-sustain. It'd have an additional combo. It'd have a little more stuff to manage. You know? So it'd actually be a little bit more difficult to play, and at the same time, it would have way more self-sustain and just overall be completely fucking better than this miserable pile of shit that it is currently. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Someone explain to me why this doofus is using paint and Comic Sans. Unfortunately for you, you're not going to be able to read any of their fucking explanations because you're banned. Yeah. Yeah, because you're banned. Who the fuck uses doofus anymore? That's actually why I banned you. Who the fuck uses doofus? Okay, this is good. This is good. All right, bald stamp of approval. Ship this shit. Let's go. All right. I got a raid soon. We got a raid. Wait a minute. Oh God, hold on. Wait, when we raid? Wait, what is this? Oh God, there's another Billy strat. Oh my God, there's another Billy strat. Hold on, let's check it out. I was linked this. All right, let's check it out. I don't even know what mechanic this is. Oh, you just shoot him through the middle. Oh. I mean, I don't know. Has anybody done this? Oh, Jesus. Bro. Like, I mean, yeah, it works. But why? I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying it's bad or doesn't work. My question is why? What's the upside? It's more uptime? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. You can hit the boss melee from down here. I don't think it's an uptime thing. Like, okay, so this guy right here and this guy right here. I mean, I guess you can't hit the boss. Yeah, I guess it is an uptime thing. Because I guess if you're here, so if the towers are here. So yeah, so let's say that so I guess it's an uptime thing, yeah. For the bottom two. So sometimes melee can get fucked, right? Man, that's... Dude, I love these Billy strats, man. You guys remember Billy Lions? Oh, man. I can't, dude, I can't read that. Nah, man, I'm telling you guys right now, man. I'm telling you guys right now, PF is going to do this. And there's going to be wipes. And I can't wait to see it. Nah, you know what? I support this strategy. I support this strategy. Oh, so this is more of a showcase of the markers, actually. Yeah, this is more of a showcase of the markers. Okay. I guess. I mean, look, man. I mean, if we got the markers, yo, I'm down to try. I'm down to try, dude. Wait, hold on. When do we raid, actually? I don't know, dude. Yo, you know what, guys? You know what? You know who I saw doing this the other day, man? You know who I saw doing this? Telemundo. Darwin TV, boys. I saw Darwin doing this, man. And let me tell you, okay? No. Let me tell you, okay? When I saw Darwin doing this, man, he gave no fucks about the guy on the other side. Okay? He gave no fucks. If that motherfucker was slightly out of position, yo, he got blasted. I saw Darwin. I saw Darwin kill like 3 people, dude. Insane. Oh, an hour 30? Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, so both of my raids are delayed slightly. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, both my raids are oh, can I link the Billy video? Yeah. Yeah, let me link it. In case anybody wants to try this shit. Hold on, I'm gonna link this, dude. I'm gonna link this in my week 2 group, man. I know those fucks will try to do it, dude. Yeah. Then we have time to react. Dude, I love these Billy strats, man. Because all these Billy strats, dude, they're like... So do you just... Like, where does everybody stand on this shit? So everybody stands on, I guess, like, right here? Towards the center. Oh, I see. Okay, so you stand... Oh... Wow, you know what? No. This strat's really cool. This strat's really cool because it doesn't matter if the towers are north, south, or east, west. Or am I wrong on this? Hold on. Let's see if they stand in the same spot. For the second one. Let's see. Wait, did they get the same wait, are these this... Do they get the same tower spawns? Oh, maybe this diagram will show. Oh, no. You have to change where you have to, okay, so yeah, so you have to change actually. Okay. So you have to slightly change. So if the towers are east west, I assume that these dots mean people. Yeah, okay. Okay. So you bait close to the tower, actually. Okay, that might cause some confusion. I can already see people dying to this. So it looks like right here is the guy. And then right here, or right here is the guy. Yeah, okay, so you bait close to the, so you bait to the corner close to the tower. Yeah, okay. Well, that's okay. So that's not too hard to remember. So you always bait to the corner that is closest to the tower. So if the towers are north south, you bait this corner here because it's closest, and then you bait here. Okay. And then if they're east west, yeah, you would bait right here. Okay, so you always bait the corner closest to the tower. Okay, so that's not like too hard. That's not like too hard to remember. Okay, and then can anybody read this, dude? Yeah, brings back lions. That's the same thing I said. Here we fucking go.
Yes, it says tit head bottom left. It says bald. It says dumb FP Pong.
Oh, wait, I think it's just prio for which markers DPS use. Oh. Wait. Isn't the best way to do that you just have like one tank start like northwest or northeast, one DPS start northwest, and then you go clockwise until you find a tower you can take? Is that not the best way to do that mechanic? Because I saw people doing conga line and shit. How the fuck are you supposed to conga line that? I feel like that's the best way to do it. Yeah, I feel like that's the best way. All right, so these towers, hold on, let's see. So there he's looking right here, so he's going to bait right here, right? He's going to bait on this edge. Yeah, okay. Yep. Man, that's the problem. Now we got to get these markers. Okay, here's the goal. Someone has to... Oh, wait. Maybe you can manually place them. It looks like they're on the edge of this square. You know what one thing, man, I wish you could do in this game? I wish you could zone into like a savage turn or something and the boss isn't spawned just so you can place markers. Kind of like an exploration mode, but for savage. You know how you can go into the dungeons, you know, with no enemies? I wish you could do that.
Yeah, you can. You can. There's a way. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Okay. Moving on.
Wait, who is the cousin that helps with that? Don't answer that, chatter. Don't answer that, chatter. Modifications will allow that. Holy fuck, man. Fucking time out. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? Holy fuck. You can't just say that, bro. You can't just you can't just say that. We're playing Final Fantasy 14 here. Okay. Dude, that looks so scary, man. Holy. Sheesh. I mean, look, the more I see the strat, the more I like it, actually. Wait, what do they do for that? Wait, why did they show that? Yeah, I kind of like it. Yeah. Oh, the normal strat versus their strat. Okay, so that's why they're doing it. Okay, okay. Okay. I don't know, guys. What do you think? At first, I was like, dude, why the fuck would you ever do this? But now I think it's kind of cool. I kind of like it. Yeah, so you just wherever the towers are, right? So wherever the towers are. So in this iteration, the towers are north south. So you bait on the closest corner of the marker. So if you look at this marker, the closest corner is right here. And you do that for every position. So like right here, then right here, and down here and down here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Kind of like it. Uh, so I guess we're gonna rate 30 minutes late. Yeah, we just go 30 minutes late, but still 4-3 lockouts. Should be good. Wait, the markers align with Witch Hunt. I think this is the wrong platform. Oh. The video only explains how to solve this. Wait, Jesus Christ. The sunrise mechanism itself will not be explained here. The video only explains how to solve this. Okay. True guidance. True north looks for the cannon with opposite color from 1 counterclockwise. Okay, and DPS. Oh, yeah, so they do the same thing. They just do... Thank you, by the way, Gloria. Sunrise mechanism. Yeah, it probably means tank healer. Yeah. I thought it meant true north. I like how it's worded. After finding the cannon that needs to be guided. Yeah, face the cannon and move to the corner of the marker in the direction of the nearest tower. Yeah, you cannot go beyond the mark. There was 1/4 mark error tolerance. I mean, yo, that's good to know. That's good to know. Okay. Are you kidding me? Why is this necessary? La, 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 la. Like, I swear to God, man, it doesn't matter what it is, dude. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is, dude. Just anything that has to do with me, man. Just somehow, somewhere, in some way, shape, or form, my fucking bald head is there. Dude, I can't even imagine you actually cropping this out and adding it to the Imgur. I can't even imagine. Like, you have a picture of me on your on your desktop, and you just crop this part out. It's like you're in the fucking, you know, the laboratory, right? And you're just like, you're very carefully making sure that it's all right. Men having sex. All right. Dude, I'm gonna like... Mr. Vortex, can you show the back of your head, please? I just got here. All right, I gotta pee. I gotta pee. Okay. So we are raiding in an hour. So we got a fucking hour to kill. Yeah, we got a fucking hour to kill, boys. Dude, what the fuck am I gonna do for an hour? Oh my god, look at this. What's going on? Here we go. Hello, beautiful stalker. Dude, check it out. This is his POV, bro. Look. This is POV, dude. Uh... Not a fart. Dude, like, why do you guys at me? So you at and then no cringe. Not a fart.
Now, which of these ways would you?
I mean, we can watch this if you guys want. We have an hour. All right, so here's the thing, man. Okay, all right, guys. Question of the day. Would you rather be alone forever or date a girl that looked like Bia, but for 8 hours of the day she is possessed by chat? No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. 100%. That's fine. I would do anything for Bia. Dude, I would cut my own heart out and fucking give it to her. He wants to fuck. Watch this, please. Oh my fucking god, dude. Not my gumdrop buttons! Big number 3, my lord.
Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man.
You're a monster.
I'm not the monster here. You are. You and the rest of that fairy tale trash poisoning my perfect world. Now tell me, where are the others?
Eat me.
I've tried to be fair to you creatures. Now my patience has reached its end. Tell me, or I'll...
No, not the buttons. Not my gumdrop buttons.
All right, then. Who's hiding them?
Okay.
Dude, this is such a good movie, man. Dude, like, real talk, man. Shrek is an awesome movie. It's really good. It's really good. Hold on. What is this? Dude. What is this, man? I was there for 3 days and I have 4 pictures and this is one of them. Dude. Okay. Okay. Monster Energy. And of course, here I am. Okay. Dude, this is stupid. All right. Okay. Okay. Um, oh, do I got a thoughts video on the tier coming out? Yeah, probably. Probably do that next week. Yeah. Yeah, probably do that next week. Okay. So I have an hour. So I have an hour before raid. So what I thought was gonna happen was I thought I was gonna raid with my EU group and then take a break. And then raid with my NA group. But my EU group is gonna raid an hour and a half late. So I guess we'll just racked. Strimmer, why do you ignore YouTube donos? Oh my god, did I ignore it? Oh my god. What are the meld order for Warrior? Oh my, I'm so sorry that I missed that, man. Thank you very much for the dono, Austin. I'm sorry that I missed it. I can't actually, man. So here, I'll just show you guys what I see. This is what I see, guys. I have this chat here, and this chat is a combined chat, okay? So that is what I see. But this chat doesn't allow me to see YouTube or Twitch notifications. Okay? Yeah, so sorry about that. I just meld crit direct hit. Yeah. I just meld crit direct hit. That's what I meld. You can get like 3K plus crit now. So I'm pretty sure crit outweighs direct hit, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so I guess what we'll do, guys, is we'll just racked for the rest of the stream. Do you guys want to do that? Are you guys okay with that? I had planned on streaming my EU raids, but we're not. We're raiding like an hour and a half later. So. No. So my stream, my raid schedule is kind of fucked, Atsy. It's kind of fucked. So I was planning on streaming some of the raids, but now because it's an hour and a half later, I don't think I'm going to, no. I could stream. I'll stream Monday for sure. Ooh, you know what? Actually, so my week 2 group is going to try to get a week 1 clear. Oh, I think the next Savage tier is going to absolutely fucking annihilate us. That's what I think. So Arthur's asked Yoshi. Arthur's told me that he talked to Yoshi and he asked him about the raid tier DPS checks, and he said that they goofed and they know about it. And he was like, "We are so fucked next raid tier." I bet it's gonna be like, yeah, I bet they're gonna overtune it, man. Yeah, no, I'm already going in with the mentality that I'm probably gonna play Gunbreaker. I'm already going with the mentality I'm playing Gunbreaker next raid tier, unless Craig wants to. But I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to stay on Paladin because Paladin's fucking busted right now. So I think I'll probably just have to play Gunbreaker. Yeah. I'm not taking any chances. Nope. Okay, so do you guys want to do that for the remainder of the stream? We just racked. So how about, does this video sound good to you guys? The darkest moments in TV history. This is new. Nick Crowley has some awesome fucking videos, man. Stream the raid on alt. Yeah, I guess I could. I guess I could. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I guess we're just gonna rack to this for the rest of the stream. And then I might stream on alt. The thing, fuck, man. The thing, it's just my raid schedule's like really fucking busy today, guys. It's really fucking busy. Nah, I already cleared. I cleared first day. But my week 2 group, we're gonna try to get the week 2 group is actually gonna try to get a week 1 clear, which would be fucking sick if we did. Yeah, it's another group. My alt channel's this. Yeah, it's the Beardhead. Yeah, it's the Beardhead. What am I clearing with Arthur's? Well, hopefully Sunday or Monday. Yeah, so it should be tomorrow or Monday. Today our goal is to get... Okay, so we have one person that still needs to prog M2 and M3. So today our goal is to get them through M2, and we have to get through M3. That's the goal today. So we need to clear both of those today. We have 3 lockouts, so we should probably be able to do that. And after we meet that goal, ideally, we do that in like 2 lockouts, right? So then we can go and start to work on M4. And then tomorrow, we will do 3 lockouts on M4. And then Monday, we will also do 3 lockouts on M4. And we should be able to clear. Should be able to. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the screenshot of the new ultimate. Well, they've already said the next ultimate's going to be Eden ultimate. Yeah. Okay, so I'll tell you what, man. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go... I'm going to go get a snack, okay? I'm going to go get a snack. I'm going to BRB. Then we're going to watch this. Oh, no, you get mine your way? Nah, you're good. All right. Now, for those of you that don't know, wait, what does week 1 clear with a week 2 group mean? Oh, so basically, like, because I have like a main hardcore group, we did that week 1, but that group is on EU. And I have another character on NA, and I want to raid with my friends when I'm not raiding with, you know, my hardcore static, because a majority of my time is spent on NA. So I need to have a group that is going to clear the raid tier for like eight weeks. You know what I mean? So that's my week 2 group. The week 2 group just basically means we're going to start seriously raiding on week 2, like as a group. But the first week is like free for all. You know? So what in the fuck is this? Thoughts on... Dude, get the fuck out of here. That's so weird. Why the fuck would you ask me that question? Okay, anyway. Okay, so we're going to watch this. For those of you that want a nice chocolatey snack, I recommend the 0 sugar Jello. That is what I recommend. Okay.
Now, which of these ways would you choose to reveal your secret crush on someone? A, would you write that person a letter?
It's March 6th, 1995, as taping begins on an all-new episode of The Jenny Jones Show. The program was essentially a tabloid...
Oh, God, dude. Jenny Jones? Okay, how many people in here are old enough to even know who Jenny Jones is? I bet you motherfuckers don't even know, dude. This was back in like the 80s or some shit.
talk show centered around everyday people caught up in unusual circumstances, which made for an entertaining yet often questionable program, with the showrunners doing everything in their power to make the content as shocking and sensational as possible. And this episode was set to be no different. The segment centered around 6 people, each of whom had a secret admirer, who would be revealed for the very first time here on the show, with the most compelling of the group by far shaping up to be 24-year-old Jonathan Schmitz. Like the others, someone had a long-standing crush on Jonathan, but was too afraid to tell him. Okay. And upon hearing of this, Jonathan hoped in the back of his mind that it would be his longtime ex-girlfriend, who he had a newfound interest in marrying, though he was in for quite a shock.
You know, one time I had a crush on this girl in like middle school. But I was so shy and so nervous, dude. I only talked to her maybe like once or like 2 times. And
Shut up, bitch!
You know what? That fucking reminds me. Thank you. I'm turning these off. You know what? Fine. You don't want to hear it?
The twist in the episode was that Jonathan's secret admirer was actually a man named Scott Amador. The two were actually good friends, though Scott had never once mentioned having any sort of romantic interest in him.
I bet this is going to be fucked, because back in the day, dude, it was like, you could get killed for being gay, man. I'm not even kidding, man. Back in the day, it was fucked. It was really fucked up back in the day.
Due to the fact that Jonathan was straight, and had never given any sort of indication otherwise, setting the scene for what was surely going to be a shocking reveal.
Correction. It was worse back in the day, okay? It was worse. I'm not saying that shit doesn't exist now, but I'm saying, like, it was just a different time, man, okay? It was really fucked.
A reveal that the crowd just couldn't wait to see.
B, would you tell the person in private in case he rejects you? Or C, would you tell that person that you're gay and you hope he is on national television?
The host, Jenny Jones, starts by talking to Scott and a mutual friend, inquiring as to how this crush began in the first place.
I want you now to meet Donna and Scott. Now, Donna has been helping Scott pursue his secret crush on John. John's backstage. He can't hear us. How bad's the crush? Tell me about the first time you met him. Where was he?
Basically, he was under a car, working on her brake line.
Yeah. And that was your first time? What was your first impression?
Well, I only saw the lower half of him, so you could imagine.
Before she begins to dig even deeper, pushing Scott to disclose as much graphic personal information as possible, just to make things that much more entertaining, and his answers did not disappoint.
Okay, you think about you have fantasies about him?
I've had a couple, yeah.
Yeah, you had when he was under the car, you had a fantasy about him.
Yeah, something to do with like brake oil line snapping and...
You have another one that involved, you were in a hammock or something? Tell us about that fantasy.
Yeah, I thought about tying him up to my hammock.
Oh my God. Dude, this was
with all of Scott's
TV.
secrets now out in the open, it was time to bring out the man himself, the object of Scott's affection, who had absolutely no idea what he was walking into.
Let's have John come out here and see who has the crush on him. Here's John.
This is gonna be awkward as fuck.
This was the pivotal moment of the show, the big reveal, and perhaps overcome by the excitement of the ratings that she assumed this would bring her, Jenny Jones could hardly wait to blurt out who Jonathan's admirer truly was.
Did you think Donna had the crush on you?
Did I? No, we're good friends.
Well, guess what? It's Scott that has the crush on you.
You lied to me.
Jonathan's reaction was certainly one of shock, but the host wasn't quite satisfied, having one more trick up her sleeve in order to garner an even stronger reaction, as she gives the producers the cue to replay Scott's segment, where he discussed his fantasies in depth.
Before we talk, take a look at, we'll show a little playback of what Scott said about you, John. Take a look at that monitor
right
down
here?
there.
Well, it entails like whipped cream and champagne, stuff like that.
And from here, the segment comes to a close, with Jonathan reaffirming that he is in fact straight, thus dashing Scott's hopes of ever dating the man.
Did you have any idea that he liked you this much?
No, I did not.
Can you tell us what your status is? Are you involved with anybody, or?
No, but I am definitely heterosexual, I guess you could say.
Leaving the two to head off stage and deal with the messy aftermath of a revelation like this,
Dude, this is
done
gonna
on a
be
stage
fucked, I
like
bet.
that. But despite the obvious awkwardness, it actually seemed like both parties took it pretty well, with Jonathan even taking Scott out for dinner that very night to smooth things over, where he again stated that he was flattered, but just not interested. However, this civility wouldn't last long.
Man, my sister, I think I just got him in. Okay, calm down, okay? Okay, why did you do that? Okay, I want you to calm down.
Holy shit.
Okay, the gun's in the car. Okay, I want you to try to calm down. Okay, can you tell me again why you shot the man?
Though he didn't say it at the time, the truth was that Jonathan was left shaken and embarrassed by what had happened on the Jenny Jones show, and despite the fact that the program at this point hadn't even aired yet, it was weighing heavily on his mind, just knowing that it would soon be seen by people he knew, and this feeling was only intensified due to the fact that Scott was seemingly not taking no for an answer, leaving a note on Jonathan's door just 3 days later, writing, "If you want to turn this off, you'll have to use a tool. It takes a special tool." This note was his breaking point. The moment Jonathan read it was the moment he made his mind up. He was going to kill Scott Amador. He left his house right then and there and purchased a shotgun, which he used to break down Scott's door, approaching the man and firing 2 shots at point-blank range, both of which connected, killing Scott instantly. With his mission accomplished, Jonathan sped away from the scene, calling the police shortly after and confessing to everything, stating his sole motivation for doing this being the humiliation he felt from Scott's own confession on that TV show, as well as his continued flirtation despite Jonathan's obvious disinterest. Though clearly this was no excuse to kill, and as a result, Jonathan was arrested and given 22 years in prison, from which he was released back in 2017. Due to the fallout from this episode, it was pulled from the lineup before it even made it to air, but today the full recording can be found across the internet, giving us a look at the stage on which A Killer was made, and a scene that has now become immortalized as one of the darkest moments in television history.
That's fucked. I never heard about that. I mean, I know about that show. They would do that. So, like, that was back in a time where talk shows or whatever were really big. You had Jerry Springer, like Maury. Fuck, man. What was the bald guy? There was a bald guy. Ricky Lake. Jerry Springer. Yeah. You had all those shows, and they would try to like egg on. Montel Williams. Yeah, that's what it was. Or was it? Yeah. They would try to like egg on the well, not contestants, but like the guests. You know what I mean? I never knew about that though. I mean, I guess I wouldn't if the show never aired.
The internet is a dark place, and lurking around every corner are
shit,
companies
ad.
trying to steal and exploit our data.
Okay.
This is why I always recommend protecting yourself online with Aura, the sponsor
Aura.
of today's video. One of my all-time least favorite things in this world
guys
are
know about
spam
Aura?
phone calls and spam texts. They range from mildly annoying all the way to incredibly dangerous if you end up clicking on one of those sketchy links. And the unfortunate truth behind why we receive so many of these
They give guests a shitload of energy drinks and not feed them or give them water, so they were even more Oh, I don't know about that. You guys know about Aura? Okay, yo, check it out, man. Aura.com. Nick Crowley, use that shit.
7月4号的晚上，一家人正常入睡，到了5号凌晨，意外发生了。
5点半早晨，我醒了。我醒来的时候你在。
He had nowhere else to turn. It had been 11 long excruciating days since 55-year-old Shu Guli had last seen his wife, Lai Hueli, who had vanished from their apartment in the dead of night. So now, desperate for help tracking her down, he took to the local news stations, putting out a public plea for any information that could help bring her home. Her disappearance occurred on the 4th of July 2020, which also happened to be their daughter's 11th birthday.
Oh, freedom
To celebrate,
day, dude.
Shu made the family a special meal, including his daughter's favorite, meatballs, cooking the entire recipe from scratch, even grinding the beef at home.
Oh my god.
The dinner
dude.
was supposedly a success,
Meatballs?
and to finish things off, Lai and her daughter enjoyed a tall glass of milk poured by Shu before the family turned in for the night. Hours later, in the dead of night, Shu woke to use the restroom, and upon getting back into bed, he briefly watched his wife as she was sleeping peacefully next to him, before he fell back asleep. He would never see her again. 24 hours later, Lai Hueli was officially reported missing, and a full-blown investigation into her whereabouts was launched, which is where things begin to get strange. When police searched the apartment complex, they noted a large number of security cameras positioned all over the property, both inside and outside of the building, making it all but certain that Lai would be seen in the footage at some point leaving the apartment, which would at least give investigators a timeline as to when she left. The footage first shows Lai and her daughter taking the elevator up to their apartment at 5:04 p.m., which was presumably right before their meal. From there, over 6,000 hours of footage would be reviewed frame by frame, though strangely, Lai was never pictured again. To investigators, this was impossible. The cameras covered every single possible exit, and it was shown that not a single route would have made her completely undetectable to them, which quite simply meant that she could not have left the building.
Oh, man.
She had to be somewhere.
This looks so fucking cool, man. This liminal space, dude.
Inside, and so they searched everywhere in that complex, from the unit she lived in to the AC vents, the water tanks, storage units, everywhere. Though still, they found nothing. Lai was gone, but at the same time, she clearly hadn't left. It was no wonder why Shu felt so helpless in the situation, and fearing that they were reaching a dead end, he began what essentially became his media tour, as he attempted to get as many eyes as possible onto the case in order to help find his wife.
Media tour?
徐先生说，7月5号凌晨12点半，他起床上洗手间的时候，妻子还躺在身边。到了清晨5点半，床上就只剩下他一个人。
我也没在意，对吧？
您当时为什么没在意？
为什么没？这个很正常。
之前有没有发生过这种事情？
没有。我女儿怎么办？我的生活怎么办？啊，我老婆什么时候回来到底？是我都不知道，现在对吧？我把女儿叫起来了，因为女儿在隔壁嘛。叫起问了她一下，我说你妈妈有没有看到？她说没看到。我当时也没怎么在意，反正早晨出去就出去吧，就是。那么继续自己的事情。
These media appearances began to happen numerous times a day across essentially any station that would allow him on. Though even when this failed to garner any leads, he kept the pressure on the public, this time by announcing a reward of 100,000 yen for anyone with information that could help lead to her discovery. Meanwhile, investigators kept digging, searching the area again and again, but still, it just wasn't adding up. There was no way out of that building that hadn't been thoroughly checked over. Well,
I mean, like,
except
majority
for
of the time it's the husband, right?
In what was likely a last-ditch idea, one of the investigators had a hunch that they should check the community septic tank, as that was really the only place that hadn't been thoroughly picked over yet. And so dozens of trucks moved in to sift through weeks of raw sewage. They searched for 25 hours within the grime, filth, and unbearable stench, until they found something. It was an unusual gooey mass that no one could seem to identify, and wanting to know more, they brought the substance back to the lab for testing, only to discover that they had essentially just solved the case. They had found Lai. Or at least what remained of her. Despite the story Shu had told investigators and the media, things didn't actually happen the way he said they did on that fateful night. Instead, the couple had actually gotten into an argument after Shu had cut his hand while preparing the meatballs, to which he blamed his wife for the injury, causing the two to have a verbal spat. This was supposedly nothing uncommon for the pair, as the marriage had allegedly turned sour years before due to financial strain, meaning that this was far from their first fight, though it would be their last. When Shu handed his wife and daughter their milk for the night, each tall glass had actually been laced with sleeping medication, with the drug immediately taking effect and knocking both of them out. And with the house now silent, he smothered Lai with a pillow, thus ending her life. But if this was the case, then how did she end up in the septic tank? Well, Shu had a plan. He had previously purchased several large butcher knives, which he used to cut his wife into smaller pieces. However, this still wasn't enough for him, as he wanted to make sure that every trace would be discarded in the most effective way possible. And so, he turned to the kitchen, and more specifically, the area he had prepared the meatballs in earlier, before proceeding to place her remains through the meat grinder, turning Lai into an unrecognizable mass of flesh that he would then methodically flush down the toilet over the course of many hours.
That is fucking insane. Dude, it's like it's one thing to like kill her, but then to grind her up and then flush her down the toilet. What in the fuck, dude? I mean that might be the top 5 of the most fucked up things I've ever heard in my life.
7月4号的晚上，一家人正常入睡。到了5号凌晨，意外发生了。
5点半早晨，我醒了。我醒来的时候，你
What the fuck was this over? A cut?
在。
Despite playing the role of a loving husband and even a victim across his television interview.
Yo, you know what, man? Chris Watts did the same shit to this, man. Or did the same shit. You guys know about that? You know about Chris Watts? There's a JCS covered it. Jim Can't Swim. And also there's actually a really good Netflix docuseries on it. So not only was it, yo, have you guys noticed that, like, dude, Netflix is stealing all of JCS's ideas, man? Netflix has made a fucking documentary on Chris Watts on shit. They've made like 3 others too, all from like the stories that JCS has covered.
This man had actually not only killed his wife, but desecrated her remains in a horrendous fashion. And looking back at some of his answers, it's honestly not all that surprising.
一个人他出不去的，他的智商，老实说，我这么多年了，在跟他走夫妻了，对他了解，他是出不去的，就是。
As a result of his crimes, Shu Gulai would be sentenced to death, with his execution being set to happen in the near future.
Yeah, good. Holy fuck.
September 27th, 2007, cameras document an unfolding protest in Yangon, Myanmar, as thousands of people take to the streets to express their displeasure with their government. The demonstration was part of an emerging struggle later known as the Saffron Revolution, with tensions having risen in the month prior, when the government made the decision to remove subsidies on the price of gasoline, thus causing gas prices to inflate overnight by over 60%, throwing the economy into instant turmoil. In response, this Saffron Revolution began, which was largely spearheaded by the monks of the region, who all preached a peaceful protest, believing that the government would soon come to its senses when they saw that their citizens were unified against them. However, the government showed no signs of letting up. In fact, on this day, they had actually begun taking offensive measures, going as far as to arrest hundreds of monks in response to their picketing. For the residents, this display was shocking, as they struggled to understand how their own government could jail these religious figures. But they had no idea just how much crueler they could get. As the demonstrators marched in the street that day, a line of officers announced that they had 10 minutes to go home or else they would face dire punishment. But the crowd refused to back down, being intent on marching on to let the world know just how serious they were. And with neither side willing to budge, the officers began to fire their weapons, first into the air as a warning, and then directly at the protesters.
Jesus.
It was a massacre, with the official death toll being 10 innocent civilians, while others on site that day posited that the number was likely much higher. The footage is disturbing on its own, but there was another layer to this ordeal, one unexpected variable. A man named Kenji Nagai. Nagai was a journalist from Japan with a lengthy track record of reporting on situations in dangerous, even war-torn countries, building up an impressive resume in the journalism community. And during the Saffron Revolution, he was visiting the region with his camera to document the events firsthand, as he had done with so many conflicts before. Yet despite having so-called special protection due to his journalist status, Kenji never made it back home, with Myanmar officials reporting that he had accidentally been struck in the chest by a stray bullet, making him the only foreign casualty in this ordeal. The revelation was obviously heartbreaking for his family and for the entire country of Japan, who strongly condemned the slaying of Kenji as well as the slaying of the other protesters. But still, officials in Myanmar asserted that this was all just an unfortunate accident, a classic case of a man being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But this was only the beginning of the story.
I mean, they literally fired at the protesters, dude. Yeah, how the fuck was that an accident? They literally opened fire on... How do you... Okay.
Days later, the Japanese media would receive a video recording of the bloodshed that occurred on that notorious day, when the streets of Yangon turned into a one-sided battlefield, and the contents were alarming to say the least.
逃げ惑う群衆を追いかけるように響き渡る数発の銃声。この時カメラは倒れ込む半ズボン姿の男性を捉えていた。
The footage shows a crowd of people desperately running for their lives, when in the corner of the frame you can see a man dressed in white, holding a camera as he falls to the ground. It was Kenji Nagai, and he hadn't tripped or even been shot at this point, but instead, he was seen being pushed by a soldier who now pointed his weapon at the man who was now lying helplessly on the ground, and fired a shot directly into his chest, leaving him there to die. Following this, a separate photographer on the scene managed to capture an image of Kenji moments after the attack, and in the photo, Nagai was still holding onto his camera, documenting the carnage around him, as he laid there bleeding to death, having taken a bullet directly into his heart. The revelation was shocking for a few reasons. Most obviously, it disproved the initial claims that Kenji Nagai had been shot by a stray bullet, as this was clearly and quite literally an execution. But it also showed the entire world these harrowing yet inspiring images of a fearless, passionate journalist who continued documenting the battle around him, even as the life left his body, with his corpse being shown minutes later still holding on to that camera. Which leaves us with one burning question. What happened to that camera? Kenji Nagai had quite literally given his life to capture the images on that device, and with the man being so close to the action, it was likely that whatever was on that camera was incredible, and perhaps even showed his execution up close, which could give more details about how exactly his passing came to be. Yet when his body was returned back to his family in Japan, that camera was nowhere to be found, despite it being in his hands when he passed. Had it been left behind? Was it destroyed in the carnage? Well, it wouldn't take long for these two questions to be answered, as more footage of the event would soon emerge.
I mean, the government had to destroy it, right?
The clip appeared to show one of the soldiers responsible for Kenji's death going in and physically prying the camera from the dead man's hand. And from that point on, it had never been seen again. And with that, one of the most unique lost media searches of all time was underway. And this wasn't an example of lost media that's better off staying lost either, as Kenji's own family was desperate to get this camera back in order to showcase his final images to the world. And so they put out various requests, pleas, and even started a petition begging the government of Myanmar to turn the camera over, assuming that they were the ones who held it in their possession. Though despite the immense public pressure throughout the years, nothing ever came of their pleas. In fact, not only did the Myanmar government refuse to give it up, but they continued to assert that Kenji's death was nothing more than an innocent accident.
That's
And for many
insane,
years it would
man.
remain this way.
There's literally
until
footage.
out of nowhere, a full decade and a half later,
I will officially hand over the camera.
They didn't destroy the camera. Oh, maybe they destroyed the contents.
a press conference was held with the family of Kenji Nagai as the camera was finally returned to their possession. The story of how this camera got back to them is almost entirely a mystery. A group called the Democratic Voice of Burma was involved in some capacity, though they credited an unnamed individual as the catalyst behind its recovery, with many believing that this person had likely stolen the camera from the government and smuggled it out of Myanmar. But aside from this speculation, no further information was provided, which was probably done to ensure the safety of the individual
fact they didn't
involved.
destroy it's
And despite
crazy.
having no confirmation as to where this camera had actually been, the family finally had it in their possession after 15 long years. And they've actually gone on to release bits and pieces of the footage from that day to the media, which finally gives us a look into some of Kenji's final moments. Moments after pointing out the military that had
Dude,
moved
government
in to
doesn't
quell the
give a
protest,
fuck.
Kenji was executed by one of those very soldiers. It's unclear how much more footage was actually on that camera, but for the time being, this is all that's been released to the public, and it's likely to remain that way forever.
Man, I bet there's some
Today,
fucked up
his
shit
family
on
hopes
that
that this
camera.
footage will help highlight the fact that the problems in Myanmar are actually still very prevalent, with the civil unrest continuing to lead to the deaths of hundreds, even thousands of people per year. As for many of the citizens, the battle rages on. Though in a somewhat poetic fashion, the recovery of Kenji's camera actually brought the situation back into the news cycle, meaning that even after his death, Kenji Nagai continues to make a difference.
Und hier ist der Mann, der aus der Kente kam.
Dude, this shit's heavy, man. Dude, this is like Lazy Masquerade, man.
Thomas Gottschalk.
What is this? I don't know what this is. The wet and das accident? What is this?
It was always a big deal when Wet and Das would go on air. After all, it was far and away the most popular show in all of Europe, drawing in millions of viewers to see what crazy segments the show would come up with. The premise of the show was that the contestants were given various unusual challenges that they would attempt to complete in front of a live television audience, with these challenges always being somewhat tailored to the contestants' lives. Though these silly challenges would usually be contrasted by someone attempting something a bit more daring, with these stunts often being reserved for people with some sort of special training beforehand
Holy
to
shit.
ensure that they were physically and mentally up to the task in order to avoid injury. The show was very intriguing, with an air of fun and danger all rolled into one, as you never really knew what you were going to get when you tuned in, leading to their program polling roughly 20 million viewers per episode at its peak, which was also helped by the A-list celebrities that often made appearances. And on December 4th, 2010, the lineup was particularly stacked, with Cameron Diaz being featured as well as Justin Bieber, who was set to perform in front of the millions watching at home.
Oh, man. You guys remember Cameron Diaz in The Mask? Oh, my God. That is like fucking peak, bro. Okay? Dude. Holy.
But first, things would start off with a stunt performed by 23-year-old Samuel Koch. Samuel was a stuntman and actor in training, already having one stunt credit to his name and a vast amount of training under his belt. making him the perfect candidate to perform something more dangerous and physically demanding. With this in mind, Samuel was given the task of jumping over 5 moving cars, each of which progressively getting longer and harder to clear.
Oh god, dude.
And in order to help make things a bit easier, he was given spring-loaded boots, or kangaroo shoes, which would allow him to jump higher. The stunt was right on the border of Samuel's capabilities, as during his practice runs he was just able to clear most of the vehicles, though not without falling multiple times, making it a true challenge, which was what the show was all about. And at Samuel's request, his segment would open the show, with his mother watching from the stands, having a microphone attached to her, ready to capture her reaction.
Jetzt hat das Timing.
The first jump goes off cleanly, making it obvious that Samuel could actually do this. Though when approaching the second car, Samuel bails out, feeling as though something wasn't quite right with his approach. This meant that he would now have to execute the next 3 jumps without fail, or else he would lose the bet. And with the pressure mounting as the third car approached, he nailed it, leaving him just 2 jumps away from winning the prize. Though waiting for him inside that 4th car was a surprise. The drivers of these vehicles weren't just employees of the show, they were actually people Samuel knew, all of which had been good friends of his up until this point.
Oh, God.
But for the 4th car, with the pressure already on, it would be his own father behind the wheel. They both look at each other from afar as Samuel raises his hand and his father raises his back, as the two begin towards each other. Samuel jumps, but immediately something is wrong. He's just a bit too low, causing the back of his head to make contact with the windshield. From the footage, it looks like just a graze, so insignificant that you might miss it. But in reality, it's believed that in this moment, Samuel hit his head in such a way that he was knocked unconscious, leaving him in the air with no way of sticking his landing. And with that, he falls to the ground, unable to protect himself, landing directly onto his face, with his mother's microphone briefly capturing her initial reaction.
Wehgetan? Nein. Sofort den Arzt, bitte. Sofort ein Arzt.
The camera cuts to one of the judges, whose face tells us just how bad the scene is. Samuel isn't moving, and is totally unresponsive. Even as his mother runs from the stands to comfort him, he doesn't move an inch. Even worse, the program was beloved due to the fact that they aired no commercials. It was a live feed for as long as 3 hours, meaning that they had no commercial break to cut to. And remember, this was the very first segment.
Holy moly.
Instead, the cameras show the audience, all of whom were standing there stunned in complete silence, as paramedics rush in to help the man. It would be several excruciating minutes before the host, Thomas Gottschalk, announced that the show would be cancelled for the evening, ending the program early for the very first time in its history.
Dankeschön, bis gleich, hoffentlich.
With the host being so shaken by what he had witnessed that he resigned immediately after the show.
Wow.
The good news was Samuel was alive, though he was in rough shape. 2 of his cervical vertebrae had been fractured and his spinal cord was badly damaged, which left him fully paralyzed from the neck down, turning him instantly into a quadriplegic. And what makes the situation that much more depressing was that, again, his father was the one driving, likely leaving him with unimaginable guilt, despite the fact that it clearly wasn't his fault. But despite this awful tragedy, Samuel's story is actually quite inspiring in the end, as he's gone on to become a successful actor, and even has a credit as an assistant director, taking what was quite possibly the worst hand he could have ever been dealt with, and going out there and achieving his dreams regardless. Though meanwhile, Wetten-Das never really recovered from the incident, and would be cancelled just a few years later due to low ratings, with the most popular episode after the incident being one where Samuel himself actually made an appearance, where he forgave the show and claimed that what happened to him was not their fault. Though it seems the general public was not able to forget that horrific moment they had all witnessed on live TV.
That's like, dude, it's like so many mixed emotions. It's like really good that what happened afterwards, but holy fuck, man. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. How much they pay him for that episode. Damn. I mean, dude, I wouldn't try to jump over no fucking car, man. I honestly thought that was going to be way worse. I thought it was going to be, I thought it was going to be something like the person in the car was going to like hold a grudge and fucking kill him. Like I thought the person in the car was like, was going to go against the script. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I thought was going to happen.
Magical, haunted evening each year when all the scary creatures come out to prowl through every neighborhood.
It's Halloween night, 1992. People
It was
across
like
the
the way
UK
he
are
built
just
it
getting
up, you
home
know?
and settling in for the night, with many deciding to turn on their televisions in search of some spooky content to fit the mood, only to find a rather surprising on their televisions in search of some.
Oh my god, dude! Talk to Freddy, dude. You remember this shit? 1-900-909-FRED, dude. Freddy Krueger scared the fuck out of me when I was a kid, man. Oh, dude, I'll never, dude. Okay, when I was a kid, like, okay, Freddy was always the scariest, man. Was always the scariest. Okay, for me anyway, because as a kid. Because like as a kid, right? I was just so terrified that if I went to sleep, Freddy Krueger would fucking kill me. Like back in the day, dude, Freddy was so fucking scary. Because like Jason was just like, you know, okay, you're awake. But with Freddy, you're asleep. You're completely helpless and vulnerable. I mean, it was pretty spooky too. Hey, Yabby, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. How you been? Man, there was this one part, dude. For some reason, this fucking scared the fuck out of me, man. There's this part in the very first Freddy movie. Now, when I go back and watch it, I realize how stupid it is. Okay, when I like go back and watch it. But it's this part where one of the kids is dreaming and they're running from Freddy down this alley. And Freddy's like arms, he T-paw goes, but both of his arms take up the entire alley and he scrapes his nail or his claws on the fucking on like this dumpster. And the reason why that scared me so bad is because I was like, holy fuck, I can't even get away from him. Like I can't even run because he'll fucking grab me. Like he's, you know? Yeah, anyway. 1-900-909-FRED.
Spooky content to fit the mood, only to find a rather surprising option from an even more surprising source, the BBC. They were airing a new special called Ghost Watch, a daring mission that followed famed BBC presenter Michael Parkinson and a team of reporters as they aimed to capture definitive proof of the existence of ghosts. And to add another layer of tension, they would attempt to do so live on TV. At the time, this was extremely unique, especially for
Why are you typing F?
I don't know.
Man, when you guys type that shit, I think one of the streams is down. Oh, fuck off.
BBC, which was known to be one of the most trusted news stations in the UK. And making things even more interesting, they weren't going to be doing their investigation at a well-known haunted destination, but rather a simple suburban home. A home inhabited by a family and what they claimed to be an intense, even violent spirit named Mr. Pipes. The name was given because the spirit produced loud banging noises, which the mother initially believed to be the home's old water pipes. The mother's name was Pamela Early, and she lived in the home with her 2 daughters, Suzanne and Kim, and for months they had been desperately trying to get the media's attention to help with these hauntings. However, most reporters who visited the scene labeled them as crazy, and so this was their moment to prove to the world that these paranormal occurrences were in fact real. Though early on, most viewers were left feeling the exact opposite way. Inside the home, reporter Sarah Green would experience essentially no activity for the first hour, with Michael Parkinson and a skeptic they had brought on for an interview casting serious doubt that the phenomena experienced inside the home prior was anything supernatural, instead blaming these supposed occurrences on psychological issues. And things only got worse from here, as upon hearing Mr. Pipe's infamous banging noises, Sarah actually caught Suzanne making the sounds herself by hitting a hammer against the wall, essentially disproving the entire story of the house.
Quite extraordinary. We set out to catch a ghost, and sadly, very sadly, what we witnessed was a remarkable exposure of a hoax.
Let's not be too hasty.
Oh, come on, Doctor, please.
It was a rough showing. However, by the show's final hour, things began to take an unexpected turn.
Suzanne, are you okay? It's all right, love. Oh, don't get upset, love. Your mum's here. Oh, dear God.
Suddenly, the show cuts to Suzanne, who is lying unresponsive in her bedroom, completely covered in scratches, thrusting the broadcast into utter chaos.
We will stay with you. What was that? Where are we going? Just outside. Where are we going? Come on.
As they rush to help her,
is this a real
loud banging
ghost?
noises emanate from all across the home, despite the fact that everyone was now accounted for. It was horrifying, and made even more so as the camera shows Suzanne hiding behind a couch.
Susie. Stop it!
Is that real?
Stop it, Susie!
No, that's
Where
not
she
real,
begins
right?
to speak in a low, unrecognizable
That's
voice,
not real, right?
Almost as if she was possessed.
Is that real?
Now, in case you haven't caught on yet, Ghostwatch is a work of fiction.
Bro.
The entire show was actually a staged, pre-recorded movie, with everyone you see here being actors, except for Michael Parkinson, who was actually a presenter of the BBC, who was used to make the movie look as authentic as possible, in order to terrify the viewers. In fact, the show even started with a brief disclaimer, explaining that this was all going to be a staged performance.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
Now, on BBC One, Screen One presents an unusual and sometimes disturbing film marking Halloween.
Yeah, that was good
Using
footage,
the
though.
modern idiom of the outside broadcast, Michael Parkinson, Sarah Green, Mike Smith, and Craig Charles star in Ghostwatch.
But the problem was, most people didn't see this. And with the movie aiming to look as authentic as possible, many just took it at face value and truly believed that they were watching an actual real-life possession unfolding before their eyes.
I mean, I believed it, yeah.
And the program wasn't over either. I won't spoil too much of the film, but from this point on, everything is chaotic and extremely tense, leading to the revelation being made that through this program, they had essentially just performed one massive seance, which left each of the 11 million viewers watching at home supposedly susceptible to demonic possession.
Dude, this
with the
fucking
program
show
ending
looks
with Michael
awesome.
Parkinson himself becoming possessed.
This show looks awesome.
My wife is safe.
I've never seen this before.
Whether or not we should bring it in, I don't
I'm not
know.
good.
Auto keeps working. Round and round the garden, like a teddy bear.
After which the camera shuts off and Ghostwatch comes to an end. The program immediately caused widespread panic, with the network receiving over 30,000 phone calls that night, most of which coming from horrified viewers. Even Parkinson's own mother phoned the show in hysterics as she genuinely believed her son had been possessed and potentially even
Dude, this
killed.
looks awesome.
The stories from that night are incredible, with one woman calling the show and demanding compensation for a new pair of trousers, as her husband had quite literally defecated himself out of fear, as well as 2 boys who presented
Dude, can you imagine that phone call? Can you imagine that phone call? Hello, yes, I shit my fucking self. Dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine the person receiving that? You want a what? You want compensated for what? I mean, dude, you can't even argue with that. Dude, you can't argue with that. What are you going to call them on their bluff? You don't want to see that shit.
Whenever someone says they shit themselves, you just believe them. You don't question it, man. Okay?
To their doctors with symptoms of PTSD. It was complete and utter madness. But of all the reactions to Ghostwatch, one individual took it the hardest. Among the 11 million viewers watching was an 18-year-old named Martin Denham, who was tuning in from his family's living room with his parents and younger sister. As the show progressed, Michael began acting strangely, curling up into a ball and becoming unresponsive. All the while, his eyes stayed locked on the screen, watching these horrific events unfold, with his family describing it as if he had been hypnotized. Now, Martin did suffer from a learning disability, which apparently affected his behavior at times, but this was something entirely new. Starting that night, he was overcome with intense paranoia, as he began hearing noises around the house, which his parents recognized as the water pipes. This explanation only increased Martin's fear, however, as this was the exact excuse the mother had used on Ghostwatch to initially explain the paranormal phenomena. And so each time he heard these deep thudding noises, he believed they were coming from Mr. Pipes, with a spirit infiltrating his home thanks to that cursed show that he still believed to be real. Over the next few days, Martin refused to spend any time in the dark, and even asked to switch bedrooms as he believed Mr. Pipes was hiding in his walls. But nothing could alleviate his panic. It was all just too much. 5 days after Ghostwatch aired, Martin Denham would end his own life, leaving behind a note that read, "Please don't worry, if there is ghosts, I will now be one, and I will always be with you as one."
Holy fuck.
Ghostwatch was created to provide a viewing experience that was as realistic as possible, and unfortunately in this case it succeeded a little too well, thus causing the show to be banned from broadcast in the UK, where it has never aired since.
Wow.
Though today, you can still find the full movie across various streaming services, where despite the terrible, unfortunate tragedy that entailed, it's still renowned as an integral part of horror history, while simultaneously being remembered as one of the darkest moments in television history.
Holy shit. Is this the first ever analog horror? I don't know. I'm like really interested in that show.
At his peak, Jay Mazzini saw himself.
Fuck, what is this? How CoffeeZilla destroyed. Man, I don't know this.
Now, what's your...
Holy shit. Yo, this video is awesome. Yeah, this video is awesome, man. Holy shit. That was really good. Wait, here's the full version. Oh, dude, is this it, man? Ghostwatch? 1992.
In a situation like this.
Like an Indian dancing.
Okay, okay. I'll save this, dude. I'll save that, dude. Maybe we'll watch it. Yeah. Maybe we'll watch it. Yeah. What is this spooky photo? You're so stupid, man. All right, guys. I think we're overworking. You think BBC still owns the rights to it? Yeah, I don't know if we could. I mean, I can like look into it. There's got to be some type of copyright thing where after X amount of years you can just watch shit, but I don't know. But I mean, you might be right. Like, we might not be able to watch it. Actually, on the minute of overworking. Guy, all right. So my plan was to stream Raid, but but I need to take a quick break. Yeah, I need to take a quick break, and I've streamed a lot this week too, guys. Man, today's just a little scuffed. Okay. Today is just a little scuffed, guys, because both of my raids were pushed back. So my day is kind of it's kind of fucked a little bit, man. You know, will you guys not hate me if I end here? Because if I don't take a break now, all right. So basically, I'm gonna raid for 2 hours, and then immediately after those 2 hours, I'm gonna raid for another 6. So I'm gonna raid for like 8 fucking hours, starting in like 10, 15 minutes. And considering I've already I've already streamed a lot this week, man. I don't want to like burn myself out, you know. So is it? I mean, I could try to stream the alt stuff like in a bit, maybe. Yeah. So yeah. So I think I'm just gonna end. Yeah, if that's cool. I'll try to stream on the alt. Yeah. Yeah, I might. The alt channel is this. For you YouTube frogs, I will link it. Give me a sec. That's the alt channel. Let me see here. Yeah, okay, guys. So I think I am gonna be done for now. Yeah, I think we'll be done for now if that's cool. Just because I've been streaming a lot this week, and I have a lot of raiding. I have a lot of raiding coming up, guys. But man, dude, today was really fun. Today was really fun. We didn't really do much in Final Fantasies, but we reacted a lot. So I guess the plan is, I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow because I typically take Sundays off, but I'm going to stream Monday, and the plan for Monday is we're going to be working on M4, and I really hope we can get the clear in the week 2 group, because if we do, that'd be fucking poggers, man. Arthur's is going to be back tomorrow, so we're going to be raiding with him, and then yeah, on Monday we're going to try to get the M4 clear. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for hanging out, man, and I'm sorry if I missed them. I'm sorry if I missed any donations or subs on YouTube. Apologies for that again. But thank you for hanging out. Thank you guys very much for all the subs. I really appreciate it. I'll see you guys later. So wherever you are in the world, have a good day, have a good night, and I'll see you later. Peace.
Is he insane? Aren't you forgetting something? Summer the Kissy, the critical!
Oh man, you guys are so you guys are so stupid, man. I love you guys so much. You guys are funny.
FP Pong sit.
Oh, fuck off, Druid. Get the fuck out of here.
Get his ass, Druid.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Do not let him copy. Do not let him copy.
Get his ass, Druid.
It's like you're the people's champion or something. Get the fuck out of here, man. You stink. Boo. Boo. I'll redeem it myself. Boo. Boo. Get off the stage.
FP Pong Sit. A jet time. Love, you guys. See you later, alligator. I don't hear typing.
All right, guys. You want to host Gal? He's playing Final Fantasy X. I know you guys don't want to fucking watch 14. So you want to host Gal? Let's host Gal. All right. I love you guys, man. I'll see you guys later. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a great weekend, and I'll see you Monday. I'll try to stream on alt. Peace.